All right, hello everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm excited because this is gonna be the longest run during our first Indiethon marathon. That's a mouthful. It's gonna be Astria Ascending, cute little RPG that some of you might have heard about. It released at the end of September last year, and I think because, you know, I will be around for the next 4 hours for you guys, why don't you just go ahead and jump straight into it, because we will have a lot to talk about anyhow. So, if you guys are ready on time, let's get this thing going in 3, 2, 1, go. So, if you might be thinking, yo Ash, Ghost of Tsushima is looking awfully cute today. Well, you know, I do actually also speedrun other games, and this is gonna be one of them. Because I just really absolutely fell in love with the art style of this game, and you might already be able to tell why, because it is an absolute looker. I mean, if you are not gonna be reminded of anything that a company that you might know called Vanillaware might put out, I don't know what is wrong with you. Now, obviously, this game is not made by Vanillaware. It just got, you know, the art style down to a T, I want to say. It is just an absolutely beautiful game. And, you know, it's also a JRPG, so it's nice and comfy, especially at this time of day. Now, I don't know what time it is for you watching this right now, but it is kind of early in the day for me. So, you know, just enjoy it, grab a blanket, we'll be here for a while I just go to the settings and turn some stuff on. Now, you might already have seen during the menu I did, this is an RPG that gives you access to all of your party members, like right from the get-go, while I go ahead and transition to the wrong part of town here. I actually want to go to the orchard, not to obviously woods. And we'll go into our first battle, and I will go ahead and probably describe what the battle system is all about in detail a little bit later, because unfortunately, yes, this is an RPG, and we will actually do quite a few grinding sessions, because character progress is done in, well, a couple of different ways actually, and we will actually need certain power levels at certain points in the run in order to actually be able to make this speed run here happen. So let me just talk a little bit about the game in general. Like, the main part of it is, you know, an RPG. Think of stuff like Final Fantasy and, you know, other JRPGs that you've probably played or seen, and it's pretty similar to that. However, if you can see, once I'm on the map again, it actually plays more like a jump and run or a side scroller, which will actually come into play because we actually have some skills and frame perfect tricks in the run as well, which is pretty hype for a JRPG one, I want to say. And there's also yet another element to the gameplay as well. Now, sadly, we actually got into a surprise encounter right here, right now, which obviously is pretty bad, because if you get into a surprise encounter, it allows all the enemies to have basically a free turn against you. Now, there are also preemptive strikes, which are basically the opposite, which means I can attack all of them before even they get a turn to go. And again, why that happens, I will go into detail in just a little bit. For now, we're just gonna clear out the orchard here, which has been infested by monsters. And then we'll know, hey, you know, these monsters are kind of looking like the monsters of another part of town, so let's go ahead and investigate there and see if those actually escaped from the sewers. And indeed, they basically did. So we're just gonna go through a couple more fights here before we get into the first dungeon of the game. And yes, this game is moving pretty fast in the beginning here, so try and keep up. As you can see, the first few battles are kinda easy to get through. That is because these enemies are actually lower level than what they're gonna be once I get into the first dungeon, where the enemies will get a little bit of a level up, basically. Now, this is basically the encounter that I do not want to see, these little critters right here, because they cannot be hurt by physical attacks whatsoever. I do have to use magic against them, but magic is a little bit of a premium, at least in the beginning, because you have very few MP. Even your mage, which is the big guy in the background, Dagmar, He only has enough MP for about 5 casts of his fire spell, which obviously is not a lot. And here these guys go again. So we're just gonna go quickly go through this encounter before getting to the first dungeon. And since I had to use so much of my magic power, I will now just stick around in town for a little bit, because while you are in town, not only do you regenerate all your HP, but all of your MP as well, which is pretty great. So I just, basically lost a little bit of time here by having to raid around, but I will guarantee that I will go into the first dungeon of the game at, well, maximum HP and MP, which is pretty nice. However, do keep in mind that even while I'm in a dungeon, I will always passively regenerate my HP. So you will basically never, well, most of the time, never see me go into an encounter without full HP, which is pretty nice. However, my MP do not regenerate while I am in a dungeon. Now, I will just pick up this chest for a little bit of safety. It just has a little bit of money in it. I shouldn't need this money. I should get enough from fighting around here, but sometimes you can just get bad encounters, and when I will do my shopping once we get to the next town, I might not have enough money on me, and that will obviously be bad.
My turn.
So for now, I'm just gonna try to get through these first couple encounters here with my team. And let's maybe talk about the characters a little bit. So we have 8 characters that will always stay the same during the whole run. You have all of your party right from the get-go, and each character obviously has a different profession, let's call it that. The team I'm running with is Arpeggio in front, then we have Cress at the top, Caden at the bottom, and Dagmar in the back row. And I'm just using this team because it is probably the easiest to get through this first dungeon, because Arpeggio is a thief and Caden is an explorer. They are your fastest characters out of all the others, which means I will generally have them go before the enemies, so I can just thin out the enemy ranks and deny the enemy's turns, because, when an enemy gets a turn, you obviously have to go through their animation, like we did with this little monkey right there, and that just loses you time. So in order to go fast, we'll just bring out your fastest characters. Also, we picked up our first ring power here. Now, this ring power allows us to shoot up this little projectile in order to hit switches, and you can also stun enemies with it, which will come into play a little bit later. Now, the thing that I do not want to see in this part of the game are single enemy encounters like this. Because every enemy, if you defeat it, obviously gives you experience points and money, but they also give you SP. And SP are basically the most valuable thing that we need throughout the run. What SP is, I will get into a little bit later once we get to the grinding session. For now, just keep it in mind, we want SP. Every enemy, most of the time, grants us a single point of that. So I do want to try and maximize my gain of SP, and this is another single entity encounter, which is obviously bad. But nothing I can do about this. So we just hit all the 4 switches in the correct order, which opens up this door right here, and that will lead us to the first boss in the game. But first of all, I have to pick up this treasure chest. It holds a very important item for the one, which is the Confuse Guard ring. Whichever character I put this ring on will be guarded against the Confuse status. Now, confusion does what you probably already think it does. It confuses one of your characters, you are not able to control that character, and it will act on its own for 3 turns, which is pretty bad. So I do want to try and protect myself against confusion, especially in the next dungeon coming up after this one. So this will be the last encounter before we get to the first boss. Let's just try and get through it. I do want to try and conserve my MP as much as possible, which is why you will see me even attack physically with Dagmar, our mage, which basically has no physical attack power whatsoever. I do want to switch my party around because we have a boss coming up. I do want to go to the Ascension Tree for Cress. I will explain this a little bit later. I am short 1 SP. Are you kidding me? This is not good. I have not been short on SP for that in a long while. So, okay, we gotta switch around our
It's battle time.
Strategy a little bit then. Okay, this is Octofairy, the first boss in the game. She is weak against lightning and light magic. So that is exactly what we're going to use here with Eco, which will use Area, which is a light magic attack. Then we use Poison it with Alec to try and poison the boss so it loses more HP when its turn comes around. And since we don't have Mixed Blade, I have to focus with Cress. And then we'll go with Dogma, Power of Nyx, and that will just deal massive amounts of damage to the first boss here. And that will basically be our strategy for this fight.
My turn now.
So we'll push her into phase 2 momentarily. Sadly, we were not able to do that before Dagmar's turn rolled around. Okay, she should change sprites here. I'm not sure what's happening right now.
I'll take you all on.
Because this is her second phase. She should look differently now. Normally she has this huge octopus body now at this point. Oh, there it goes. Alright.
My turn now.
So one thing to keep in mind is when I submitted this, or rather this week, like right before the marathon started, the game got patched. And I was trying my darndest to not download said patch because it fixed some stuff that I was going to use and abuse during the marathon run. However, sadly, I had to go online to check something with my console on Thursday. And even though I turned the settings off, my PlayStation still decided to download and install the patch. So on Friday and Saturday, I frantically had to redo the whole run, change my route accordingly and overhaul my notes. But apparently it also changed a couple more things that I wasn't aware of. Like, normally when you deplete an enemy's HP bar, most of the time they go into a second phase. And even though Octofairy transitioned to a second phase, it didn't show the animation properly. Yeah. Which is very strange, so I hope we don't see too much of that, because the transition is actually kind of great and the enemies actually start physically looking differently. Anyway, we gotta do a little bit of a mini game right here, which is called Jester. It kind of may remind you of things like Triple Triad and Tetramaster from the Final Fantasy series, and it's actually more or less the same thing. It's just instead of cards using these tokens, it doesn't really matter if we win or lose that, but if we win, I would get an elixir, which would be pretty great, all things considered. And we actually did win. Now we don't need the elixir to actually use it. I can just sell it for about 5,000 lumps, which is the currency in the game, which is a lot at this point. So I wouldn't have needed to pick up that treasure chest with the 500 lumps in it in the sewers if I knew I would get the elixir. But now I can at least rest assured that I will have enough money once I get to the shopping that we will do in the next city. So yeah, this is Fedora. He is our flying lion cat thing that we will use to travel around the world. We won't see too much of him during the run because we skip all the cutscenes obviously, but we will see a little bit of him at certain points and later. But for now we will do our first shopping menu. This will probably go a little bit slowly just so I can make sure actually get everything that I need here, because it would be really bad if I wouldn't. So bear with me while I just trudge through this. Okay, I was able to get everything that I need. So we are now in Vatira. This is the home of the Pisgahs, with these little fishy dudes with the adorable bubbles above their head. And we will make our way through the swamps to Piscus Temple, which is our first proper dungeon in the game. So let's maybe talk about the world a little bit at this point. There are 5 races inhabiting Orcanon, which is the world of this game, which are the Marios, which are basically another word for human. Then we have the Pisgahs, again, these are these little fishy dudes. We have the Octans, which are the cat-like people, like Dagmar. Then we have the Oesis, which are these bird-like people, like Kaden. And we have the Zefts, which are basically lizards, like Cress. And they all, well, don't exactly live in harmony. And why that is a pun, I'll explain in a little bit. But you can think of it that the Marios live in Unity Town, in the center of the world, and then all the other 4 races live in the corners of it. And each of these 4 different parts of the world have their own temple. Or temples, rather. Excuse me. Just switch my party around. We'll go to equipment. We'll put on the Nove, the Police Shield, Silk Cap. I don't need any armor on her. He needs a Confused Gathering. Circlet, Shell Shield. He needs a Metatherium. Don't put that on her. Wait. No, we need Alec. It's another Previous Shield and another Silk Cap. And then Eco gets the Circlet and the Shell Shield. And then we will go back to Harmonia. And to... Oh no, not to the marketplace, to the sewers, excuse me. Because we will do our first grinding session of the run. And as I said earlier, this will be quite important throughout the whole duration of it. Because there are 2 ways that you can level up your characters. One is, well, basically both ways are by defeating enemies, obviously, but one is through experience points, which you should be quite familiar with if you've ever played an RPG. You gain experience points, and at certain intervals your characters will level up and they will get a small boost in all of their stats, like strength, magic attack, defense, whatever it is. However, in this game you also gain SP, as I have alluded to earlier. And what SP is, you can kind of think of it as... Rather, let's explain the Ascension Tree. You can think of the Ascension Tree as the sphere grid from Final Fantasy X. And the way you advance across the tree is by spending SP on certain nodes.
My turn.
So what these nodes are, they are basically the abilities you can get. So you do not gain, you know, new spells and attacks and stuff like that through leveling up, but only through spending SP on the Ascension Tree. But not only can you get more stat boosts through the Ascension Tree, you can also, more abilities through the Ascension Tree, you can also gain stat boost through the Ascension Tree. And those stat boosts are immense. Like, for example, if I get a level up, I might gain about 2 points of strength or something. But if I were to go ahead and use the Ascension Tree, I might unlock a node that gives me 20 points of strength, which, you know, is a massive increase. So a lot of the routing of the game comes around to routing in opportune points in the run to go ahead and grind a little bit to hit another break point where you can get a huge load of basically power-up nodes, so you can actually progress, because we will be quite underleveled throughout the whole of the run. So getting those, you know, immense stat boosts from the Ascension Tree is basically essential for me to actually go ahead and beat some of the bosses and other challenges that we may come across. Okay, but for now, I will have to go ahead and run through this sewer a couple times in order to hit our first SP breakpoints. So, Slower, if you have anything to plug, go right ahead.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have any donations, but again, you guys can very easily make that change by using exclamation point donate. But you know, I guess I can plug in a few other things here. About like how Indiethon, a triannual charity event showcasing all types of indie games. You know, we're bringing you speedruns of games you may not even heard of before. Help Child's Play support their network of hospitals and domestic violence shelters as a place where children can be safe, play games, and get better. So, you know, if you use the exclamation point donate into the chat, send in those donations. Your money is going to an amazing cause. So, just get those donations in. So you know, long run. Speaking of donations, I would also like to mention that both of the incentives for this run have been met.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for donating to that. These fruitless cutscenes, as I have dubbed them. are a little bit later into the run, about the halfway point, I want to say, and I hope you guys like some kind of, well, I'm hesitant to call them cringy cutscenes, but they are a thing. When I first saw those cutscenes, I was like, wow, they really went there and said that, and I hope you have sort of similar reaction, because I thought that they were really funny. Because the game is trying to be kind of serious about its story, but those cutscenes got a good chuckle out of me for sure. So kind of hyped to show those off during the run. Now this encounter here with the 5 rats, this is actually the encounter that I want to try and see. Because, like I explained earlier, we get 1 SP per enemy most of the time, but these rats also have an ability called Rally Call, which one of the rats just used right here, which makes it so that they basically call for backup. So I can just go ahead and start killing more and more enemies during this encounter, getting me more and more SP, obviously. Which is good, because, you know, I want to try and stay in one encounter as long as I can and just kill more enemies, because the transition into and out of a battle are kind of long. So it just saves me more time to stay in one encounter and fight it as long as possible, instead of having to try and look for another one. Having said that though, I don't want to stay in this encounter forever. I do want to go ahead and just kill these enemies. Wow, my characters are just missing left and right. What is going on, guys? Haven't fully woken up yet. Because the thing with these rats is also that they have 3 things that they can do. They can attack you, which is, okay, doesn't do too much. They can poison you, which is basically the worst thing they can do, because the animation just takes so long to get through. And they can do their rally call, which we just saw. Now, obviously the rally call is the best thing they can do for me, but about all of their abilities have an equal chance of occurring. So we have about a 33% chance to see the rally call, but it can also fail. So, you know, seeing that that is probably a coin flip if it works or not, let's say we have a 16% chance of a successful rally call occur per rat. So that is not too great. So obviously it is just better to try and power through the 5 rat encounter and not just stick around until I have killed all the enemies that I need to kill in order to hit the SP breakpoint that I'm trying to reach. But yeah, once again, the game isn't exactly playing in my favor here. I get a lot of single entity encounters, and that is just not a good SP per encounter ratio. Also, I do want to try and see as little of these twofer encounters as possible, because, again, I can only hit them with the magic attacks. Magic obviously costing me resources, because I do not passively regenerate my MP while I am in the dungeon. So if I were to run out of MP, I would have to go back to town to regenerate it, because I do not have enough ethers at the moment to do so while I'm in the dungeon. And, you know, the magic animations just also take longer than a simple physical attack, so that, again, loses me more time. Having said that, though, I do want to go to town at least at one point here, because I actually want to go ahead and pick up a side quest, which we'll try and complete over the course of the run, because there is a pretty good reward at the end of it that we can handily use a little bit later. So I actually want to go ahead and use a little bit of my MP. I want to try and keep Kaden, Cress, and Dagmar's MP at about the same level, because when I go to town and regenerate my MP, all of the characters do so at about the same rate, so it takes them about as long, or it takes all of them the same amount to replenish all of their MP. So the closer they are at the same level there, the less time it takes for me to wait around for one character to regain all of its MP. That is why I'm trying to, you know, spread my MP usage across those 3 characters at the moment. But this is my 5th run through the sewers, about done with it after the next encounter. I will have to run through the sewers between 8 to 10 times depending on my encounter luck. I used those attacks wrong. which is why this guy is still alive. Okay, costing me a little bit more time. But as you can see, a lot of the RNG goes into the grinding sections because you cannot exactly manipulate which encounters you are getting, and there is sadly no way to easily,
It's battle time.
well, you know, to fish for a good encounter, which would give you a lot of SP.
Leave
I mean,
it to
there
me.
is a little bit later, but even then, it's a bit of a crapshoot. Let's just call it that.
Phew.
Okay, so this is 5 rounds through the sewers, if I did my count correctly. So we need to do at least 3 more. If we're unlucky, we have to do 5 more. It all just depends on RNG. But seeing how things swing, I'm pretty sure that we will have to go for the 10-round grind here. So yeah, we'll be in for this here just a little while longer. So let me actually tell you about why are we actually doing this. Well, I alluded to earlier, I need to hit certain SP breakpoints to grab some abilities. To be able to pass boss encounters later in the run. And the exact reason why I'm doing this right now is because we have gone on to Piscus Temple. You saw me quickly enter that thing in the swamps and then immediately teleport out again. And Piscus Temple is basically home to some of the worst boss encounters in the whole run. That maybe even in the whole game, actually. And it comes down to 2 abilities. And that is Rolling Mine / Fish Rain and Omni-Stun. Now, I've already explained what confusion does. You know, you lose control of your character does whatever he or she wants for 3 turns. That is obviously bad. You do not want to have this happen to you. But to put a cherry on top, I think all the bosses in Piscus Temple have an ability that can confuse your whole party. Yes, that is right. It's only a chance, mind you, but the chance is still there, and it has happened to me more often than not. And the second thought is that one of the bosses also has an ability called Omni-Stun. Now, stun is another status effect that you can get affected with. And it's kind of the same as confusion, but instead of your character doing whatever he or she wants, they just don't act at all, again, for 3 turns. And one of the bosses has an Omni-Stun ability, meaning that it can hit your whole party. So if that does happen, that's basically game over, because you can't do anything for 3 turns with all of your characters. And yeah, you're not gonna have a fun time there. It's basically a run killer.
Leave it to me. Feel the fear.
And that is why we do the grinding session here. I could try and power through Piscus Temple without doing this grind, but it would be so volatile that I'd rather not even try. And that is why we're doing our grind here.
My turn.
So you can actually see that our MP levels are starting to get pretty low. So I think after this round, I will actually go back to town and replenish my MP and pick up the side quest that I was alluding to earlier. Okay, another really called, which is good.
This ends now.
Just try and quickly get through this encounter. Dagmar still not able to kill that rat, it's fine.
My turn.
Okay, that should be 7 rounds if my count is correct. And now I want to go back to the marketplace where I teleported earlier because apparently my notes on this are still wrong. Should change those. And we'll talk to Ophern and pick up the only side quest chain that we're going to do in the whole run. I'm going to talk to that guy. I will check my SP. We are at 115, but I need 150. So we are still 35 SP out from our goal here. On average, I gain about 12 SP per run through the sewers. So I will need about 3 more of these grinds here. That will put us at a 10, so we are on track for the worst RNG that we can get at this point in the run, sadly. Now, You might be thinking, wow, this is moving really at a snail's pace so far, and yet it is, because I have basically routed in all the grinding near the beginning of the run, simply because it is the most optimal place to do so. So, this run will move about, well, kind of slowly and then fast again. You know, it's a bit of a stop and go going here. It will move really fast when I'm just going through the dungeons. It will move really slow when I'm doing my grinding. But once we hit that 2-hour mark, you know, about halfway through the run, that is where things will just go off the rails, because we will have done all of our grinding by that point, and we will just fly through the rest of the game. So once we hit that 2-hour mark and have our last grinding session done, that is when the run will really just go ahead and take off. And it is a thing of beauty, because another thing that you have to keep in mind, until about, I want to say a week ago or so, maybe 2 weeks, I was the only runner of this game. And it is also my, well, you could say this is my first proper JRPG that I have been running. I mean, I also have run the Trials of Mana remake in the past, but I wouldn't say it's a traditional RPG, it's more of an action RPG. So I just want to say that this is basically the first JRPG that I have speedrun. And to top it off, since, you know, I am the only runner, or was the only runner so far, all of the routing that has gone into this game and all the strategies and whatnot, those are my own brainchilds at that moment, because I had nobody else to talk to about that. So, yeah, guys, if you think this looks interesting, and I promise you it will once we get out of this grinding session, it's just a thing of beauty, and you do want to get in there, and I wholeheartedly welcome you to, because I could definitely use a couple people who may be more experienced with JRPG running and routing to make this run maybe even go faster. Because for now, you know, I just don't know how to get these grinding sessions out of the run, and I would very much like to do so. And yeah, you know, if this seems fun to you, give me a call. I would love to share my notes and the love for this game, because it is pretty awesome. Go ahead, Slova.
So, someone that is a big RPG runner myself, like, if you've ever seen my profile, you see I run a plethora of RPGs. Sometimes, unfortunately, grind moments are pretty much inevitable in RPGs. Like, you'll have to grind at some point and have to do some amount of grinding. That's just kind of the inevitability of RPGs, or at least what I've noticed. There are a few exceptions out there, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's sometimes points where you can get enough experience just from boss fights and stuff like that, but most of the time you usually do have to do grinding in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, for sure. I don't think that you could, you know, abolish all the grinding in this one. I just don't think it would be really feasible. But, you know, it's just having somebody to try and just back and forth some ideas here and there. Because as I said before, so far I was the only guy routing this run or this game as a whole, and I just, you know, hit this brick wall where I just can't think about doing this any other way anymore. So there might be other places where grinding could be more efficient, or once you hit a certain breakpoint, you just go ahead and transition to another area and continue grinding there and stuff like that. Which I might be bad at, I don't know.
So I guess the best way to look at something like that is just kind of look maybe if there's a way to split it up. That's usually the first thing a lot of people do is try to see, okay, what's the minimum I need up to this point until I have to start grinding again. Sometimes that can be more efficient and be faster. So that's just something to look at.
Oh, for sure. And you would actually try and see that a little bit later too. Let me just check. We need just 2 more SP and we will actually be done with the grinding here. So yeah, unfortunately we had to do the whole 10 runs through the sewers as well as the start of another 11th run. So this is well, maybe the worst RNG you could have gotten so far. I'm not gonna lie about that. But we are done with the grind. We are now at 151, so we'll just quickly go back to Orcanon and turn in the first part of the quest that we had gotten. And then I will do a little bit of a menu. You can see the Ascension Tree in a little bit more detail there. and then we'll be off through Piscus Temple. So first of all, let me switch out my party members again. Then we'll go to the Ascension Tree, and this is where we do basically most of our level. Like I said before, you can think of this thing as basically the sphere grid from Final Fantasy X. We just go ahead and spend our SP on all of these nodes. Now the yellow things here are abilities, and the others are well, this turquoise thing is basically HP MP. And the purple ones are strength, defense, or magic defense. You can choose which stat you want to improve. You can also just destroy that node and grab another thing if you ever think that you've made the wrong choice here. So you can just go back here and just basically tailor all of your characters to whatever you want them to be, which is pretty nice, you know. Your decisions are not set in stone here. For the stats, that is. Okay, we have done the thing, so let's continue with the run through Piscus Temple. And as I said before, this is basically, I think, the worst temple to go through during the speedrun at least, because it is just brutal and it is right at the start of the game, more or less. Okay, so this is Anon. He is the Piscus Astray. He is weak to lighting attacks. And he has the rolling mine attack, which I alluded to earlier, which has a chance to confuse all of my characters, which I obviously do not want to happen. I'm just missing all of my attacks as well. So this is just a really great start into the fight. Now he will always use Omni Water on his first turn, which is a water attack on all of my characters, obviously. And this is also why we had to grind a little bit to pick up Omni Cure on Eco, so you can actually heal my whole party here. Okay, so poison didn't stick. Let's try that again. It missed again. Great. Okay, you will... Yeah, this is rolling mine. Like I said, you can confuse all of my characters except Dagmar, because Dagmar is a confusion guard ring. So sadly, since poison didn't stick around, we were not able to kill Anon just yet. Okay, we have lost Eco. It should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. So yeah, sadly not exactly the fight that I wanted to get, because it was just really unfortunate that both Eco and Alec got confused right there, because they are my fastest characters, so I had no other character to try and cure their confusion with. However, at least we were lucky in a regard that Eco just used Omnicure on our party, which was what I was going to use with him anyway. But, you know, Alec just acted out of line and killed Eco. So since Eco was dead for the end of the fight, he actually did not gain any experience or SP from that fight. Which is actually okay, because I will have more than enough SP on Eco later on anyway. But after that fight, we will now go into one of the other worst encounters in the run, which is Motherfauna. And this is basically already a reset, because I got a surprise attack from that enemy. Now the thing that you have to keep in mind here is that there are basically two ways to engage in encounters. One is you slash them with your sword. Oh wait, we could actually survive this, maybe. Okay, you know what? Wait. But there you can see, they can just use Confuse all over the place. We were pretty lucky with it so far. I mean, Brass got confused. Okay, I think we can salvage this, so let's try. I'm gonna clear the confusion here.
My turn now.
Try and poison her again. Poison being a little unreliable today. This is why we had to grind earlier, so we just have Omni Fire and just kill all of the ads here. That frees up the space for us a little bit. Now we just want to try and burst her down. And so yeah, we might still be in this. But it's just the thing that I think is pretty ludicrous. Because as I said before, there are two ways to start an encounter. One is to just slash the enemy with your sword. And when you slash an enemy with your sword on the map, you will, you know, start the encounter normally, or you get a preemptive strike, which makes so that all of your characters can go first. However, if you walk into an encounter, you can also just start the fight normally, or
I'll take you all
you
on.
can get a surprise encounter, which makes it so that all of the enemies go before you do. But since this is a boss fight, for some reason it can still give you a surprise encounter. And that is just absolutely ludicrous to me. And the reason why this is kind of really bad, because, you know, this was the character or the boss that has the Omni-Stun ability. And if she uses that first turn, well, GG's, you are basically dead. Now, we did get the surprise encounter. Luckily, the confusion didn't stick because, again, it is just a chance to have your characters get confused. So we were really, really lucky in this encounter because, you know, they got 2 full turns before us because all of those enemies are also faster than all of our characters. So they will always go before you. And since we got a surprise encounter, they all went before us twice in a row, which I don't even think I have to tell you that is basically really, really deadly situation there. But we kind of got through it, so we can continue on with the run, which is nice. And we will quickly make our way to the end of Piscus Temple. Just have to jump on this hammer right here. I actually got stuck on this quote-unquote puzzle for like half an hour the first time because it just didn't cross my mind to jump on the hammer. I tried everything else. I just want to quickly go ahead and give Dagmar some MP. And this is the last room of Piscus Temple. And we would have another boss fight here, but what I'm going to do is I will do a safety save, because I want to keep trying this a little bit. And you can see the end of this red mushroom there on the ground, right? If I were to cross this mushroom, I would engage in this boss encounter. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try a frame perfect trick here. And we didn't get it, so I will just try and get it again because I do not want to do this refight here. This is pain incarnate. Because not only do we have to fight this guy again, we will also have to fight through his second phase this time around. And it's just ludicrously... Oh, I do not want to try again. I want to go ahead and reload my save there.
I'll take you all on.
So what I'm trying to do once I have reloaded my save, once I start the fight, or rather on the frame that the fight would start, I want to go to my menu. So it's basically a frame perfect trick. So let me just give this another try here. And you will see what happens when I get it. Might take 3 tries or so. I was a little bit late on that. So I'll just have to try again. Because, you know, even though I'm failing this a couple times, this is still way faster than having to trudge through this encounter. Because it can just basically kill you. Because you've seen how this fight went the first time. But once we deplete all of his HP this time around, he will transition to his second phase, which also has the Omni Confuse ability, and he has more HP, and he deals more damage all around. So it's a very miserable encounter to get through. So just, you know, kudos to the other runner of this game who has found this skip. I just really love that person for that. Oh, that was too early. Too early again. There we go. You now have heard that I got the encounter sound in the background while I went to the menu. That means I got the trick. I can just completely skip this fight and continue on with the run. Again, it's a frame perfect trick. You have to go to the menu right as the encounter happens. So, you know, frame perfect tricks in RPGs are fine, right? So now we have completed Piscus Temple. So we have a good deal of the RNG out of the way already, which is just fantastic. And our reward for completing Piscus Temple are our first job spheres. So once I have control again, I will switch out my characters. And then we'll go to our Ascension Tree, and Ulan will get her main job as a black mage. She has now unlocked another part of the Ascension Tree. And we will do the same for Arpeggio, who is going to become a Dark Knight. And Arpeggio is going to be really busted from now on, because he now has Omni Forcior. And what that does is... I can English. I totally can. Trust me on that. But you can see why he is busted in just a moment once we get to the Arcton Valley here and clear the town of more enemies. Because I don't want to say we exactly cheated, but the game... Well, we are not supposed to have these abilities at this part in the game. Because Arpeggio is, again, the fastest character out of your whole party here. And with Omni Forcior, he basically now has the ability to one-shot basically every random encounter that we'll ever get into. Until, you know, way later into the run. Because Omni Forcior is actually a... I think it's a level 2... It is a level 2 or level 3 Omni spell. I think it's level 2. Yeah, it should be, yeah, it's a level 2 Omni spell. Because there are 4 tiers to spells in this game. You know, the first tier is always just the name of the ability. The second tier ends in or, the third tier ends in us, and the fourth tier ends in Ima. So for example, if you have a fire spell, the first tier would be fire, the second level would be fire roar, level 3 would be fire rus, and level 4 would be fire rima. So that is how you can differentiate between those. Now I'm always waiting for Arpeggio to regenerate his MP here, because again, I do want to preserve my... also, I'm not using Eco anymore, I'm using Cress. Hold your horses here. That was a bit of the reroute that I did over the weekend, so sorry that I'm still using some old strats here. So we are in Argon, which is the next boss encounter. We're going to use Defense Break with Arpeggio, which will lower the defense and magic defense of Argon. He's always going to use Omni Mute on his first turn. And that means we'll just use the remedy on Ulan, because Ulan is a black mage now. She deals ludicrous amounts of damage with spells, and I don't have ice with Dagmar, so shoot. And I can just, no, I can't. Okay, let's just focus here. So yeah, status effects aren't 100% hit chance. You can not get affected by them, and depending on who of your team gets hit with the mute from the Omni Mute, it changes the strategy slightly. Now sadly, Cress got affected by mute, which is why I couldn't use Ice Blade with her to deal even more damage to the boss here. We'll just remedy Ulan again, then use another Ether on her, so she has enough MP to use another Iceus, like right out of the gate. And he will probably survive this, so I would just go ahead and hit him once more with Arpeggio, and he should be down. Okay, again, a little bit slow, but that is just the RNG of this game for you sometimes. Optimally, Cress wouldn't have got inflicted, or even Ulan wouldn't have got afflicted with the mute, so I would have been able to use Ice Blade with Cress and, you know, just focus more for more FP to put into my spell and kill Argon even more quickly. But, you know, at least we got through the encounter in about 2.5 turns or so. I'm getting a little bit ahead of my notes here. Okay. So we will now make our way over to Artisan, which is the hometown of the Arctons, which are these cat-like people. It is basically the fire area of the game. So all of the enemies are going to be weak to ice, and that is just really nice because we got this Iceus spell with Ulan, which is a level 3 ice spell. And keep in mind, we don't even have a level 1 or level 2 ice spell at this point. So she will, well, she won't melt enemies because it's an ice spell. I guess she will just cool them off, something like that, I suppose.
They are Arctons.
So we'll do a little bit of shopping here because we are about to head into another grinding session. I'll just buy... Wait, I don't need either pluses, I noticed that. Because we will head off into the Blazing Fields, and the Blazing Fields are like the best grinding spot in the game for quite a while. And the reason again is most of the enemies will always only always give you 1 SP, right? That is like the baseline. So I'm just gonna quickly cycle these areas until I'm not in the sandstorm anymore. Okay, let me just really first explain weather to you. This game has weather effects, and it can, or the areas can cycle between 2 weather, well, 2 different weather conditions. And the first one is basically always sunny weather, and the second weather effect can be stuff like a sandstorm or I don't know, a rain shower or whatever it is. So it's basically a good and a bad weather condition. Now you want to try and do your grinding in good weather conditions, because what the weather conditions do, and I forgot to replenish my MP, because Arpeggio only has enough MP to use one Omniforcio before I have to go to the menu and chuck an ether at him. During good weather, you will get encounters with weaker enemies, but more of them. And during bad weather, you will get encounters with stronger enemies, but fewer enemies. And again, since basically every enemy is worth 1 SP, it is far more efficient for us to fight in good weather, because we will get more SP out of that, because we'll just fight more enemies. Now that doesn't hold true for every enemy. Some enemies later on in the game will start giving you more SP, but I think the most you can get is about 3. Maybe it's even 2, I'm not exactly sure at the moment, to be fair. So yeah, try to fight in good weather conditions as often as possible. And you've basically already seen the best grinding encounter that you can get, which is these 8 bugs. Because not only can we kill these 8 bugs in one cast of Omniforcior, but it's 8 enemies, so we get 8 SP out of every single fight here, which is just ludicrously good for this point in the game. Because if you remember, when we were back in the sewers, we would often just get encounters with, well, for this run, 1 enemy, which would give us 1 SP. This time around, we're getting 8. So we are grinding at basically 8 times the speed. And I'm just getting this encounter. This is very good luck. Because, let me tell you, there are other encounter types around here. I'm just not getting them at the moment. I am really happy for that. But yeah, we will make our way through the blazing fields until not quite the end of it, but near enough.
We've got this.
And once I am there, I will start going backwards through the blazing fields again, about 5 times to satisfy my grinding needs, because, like I said, this is basically the second grinding session in the run. It's not as long as the first. Because, you know, we have better encounters here, so it moves about at a bit of a quicker pace. This is the teleporter. This is where the grinding session starts / ends. So we just go ahead and do these 2 encounters, which are on the screen, and then I will start going backwards through the field about 5 times, so we can hit our next. Oops. Yeah, this cutscene just tells me that I have completed the next side quest that I got from Ofern. We won't go ahead and turn that in just yet, we'll do so a little bit later. But yeah, you can also see, you know, that these fights go by way quicker than I did before, because I only have to attack with Arpeggio. He just gets rid of all the enemies for us. And that just makes this go about way quicker than it did earlier. Now the only problem right now is, as I said earlier, that Arpeggio only has enough MP to use Omniforcio once. Because once again, you are not supposed to have this ability this early in the game, because the way the game is structured is kinda encourages you to finish off the Ascension Tree of your base job before you go over to the main and other jobs, but we basically didn't do that. At least for Arpeggio and Ulan, because we didn't spend any points on their base jobs. We just went straight into the main job and grabbed all the abilities that we needed. And that is why those 2 characters are pretty much overpowered at this point, but since their MP pool is so tiny, they can basically only use the abilities once per battle, or, you know, once before you have to go ahead and throw some ethers at them. That is why you have to basically menu after every single encounter at the moment. But soon enough, and that is also the reason why we're doing this grinding session now, we will unlock another status node with Arpeggio, and that would basically quadruple his MP pool. So if you look at him, he has a maximum of 118 MP points at the moment. MP points, magic point points, okay. 118 MP. And once I unlock that node, he will have about 400 or so. So that's just a massive increase and just goes to show you how powerful the Ascension Tree can be and why we need all the SP that we are grinding for at this point. Yeah, Slower, if you have anything to plug, I guess this would be a great moment, because I'm just gonna run through this desert a couple times and try and get some encounters. Hopefully in good weather. There we go.
Yeah, I hope so too. But again, once again, it's all no donation. But again, you can easily get some more donations, and if you use exclamation point donate. But oh, I'm sure you're wondering, like, well, where is this money going to, right? Well, this money is going to Child's Play, which Indiethon is raising money for. Like, Child's Play was founded in 2003 by Mike. I'm going to butcher this. Carkle and Jerry Holkins, in response to how video games were portrayed negatively by the media. Today they provide toys, games, and technology to over 185 hospitals worldwide to improve hospitalized kids' lives. They have also provide grants to hospitals to help maintain entertainment equipment and to research new ways that technology can help children during their hospital stays. You can visit their website at childsplay.org to learn more about their efforts.
I mean, that is awesome, and I think we also have some pretty good prizes, right?
Indeed, as you can see with that DM Panda has used the command Aeshmah point prizes, that you can check out all these amazing prizes that you can get put in for if you donate. So again, get those donations in, because the more donations you get in, the more I have to read. So.
And trust me, you will have to have quite a few opportunities to read something during this one, because as I've alluded earlier, we are not done with the grind just yet. But let me just say that I was, if you look at the prize pool, I'm actually really having my eyes on this Greek game that we actually saw being run during the marathon earlier. Sadly, I missed the run because I had to get in some sleep, so I would be awake for my 4-hour run right now. But I'm definitely gonna go ahead and check out the WOD for that. Because that game, we've seen the trailers, we've seen the ads during the marathon. It just looks fantastic. My lord. Really interested to see how a speedrun of that actually looks.
It's battle time.
Also, while Slower was talking just now, you actually saw me get into an encounter with a single enemy that made me flee. That is actually a special encounter that you can get here, and that enemy is called a Amigov. And these Migolovs are basically, the equivalent of this game to something like the metal slimes in the Dragon Quest games, if you are familiar with that. They are enemies that have low HP, very high defense, but if you can kill them, you get a very large amount of not only experience, but also SP. The problem again being that they are also faster than you, and they just love to spam the flee ability, which makes you leave the battle. But sometimes they can be nice and just use an Omni MP cure ability, which actually makes it so that they regenerate your MP, giving you a free turn to go ahead and kill them. And if I manage to kill them, I will actually gain 20 points of SP, which is a very large amount, because it's basically 2.5 encounters of these 8 bucks right here, right now. And as I say that, I have of course forgotten to once again refill my MP, so I couldn't use Omni Force Zero. So let me just remedy that and get into the encounter again. The problem being the encounter doesn't stay the same most of the time. If you flee from an encounter and, hit the large blue bubble, which are called noises by the way, again, you can actually cycle to another encounter. So even if you flee from one, you're not guaranteed to get it again. And since this was the 8 bug encounter, I would very much have liked to fight that, but luckily we went right back into it. So that was good. Also, now that we have done 2 rounds of this grind, I now should have enough SP on Arpeggio and in fact I do, to go to his Ascension Tree and grab this note here, which will give him plus 310 MP. So now we actually have enough MP to go through one of these grinding sessions without... Well, basically we only have to use an ether at the end of the grinding session now, and not after every single encounter, which not only cuts down on menuing time, but also on our ether consumption. Because the way items in this game work is they are all based on percentages. So an ether, and a potion for that point, will always regenerate 30% of your maximum, HP or MP, depending on if you're using a potion or an ether. So obviously, the more HP or MP you have, the more bang for your buck you're getting out of every single potion / ether that you use. And that is pretty good.
It's battle time.
Obviously, it makes them pretty ridiculous to use at low total values, but, the higher our stats grow, the more potent those things will become. And I think this is the 4th run through the desert, if I have counted correctly. So we are just about done with this grinding session. And once again, we're doing this so we can grab a couple more abilities and a couple more stat notes, because I think at this point it has become pretty apparent for you while these status notes out of the Ascension Tree are so powerful and so much better than just normally leveling up your characters, and why you want to grab them. Now specifically what I want to get is the Omni Ice ability on Dagmar, as well as Omni Arrow, which is the wind spell. And then just a couple more things on my other characters, which are not that important yet, but will be after the next dungeon that we're gonna get to, which is gonna be Virgo Temple. And if you're starting to see a little bit of a pattern emerge here, then that is absolutely right, because there are 12 temples in the game. They are all based off the zodiac signs. Sorry. And dragged by Z a little bit too far there. So, and we will have to, well, not visit all of them during a speedrun. And why that is, well, I'll get into a little bit more detail of that later on in the run when we actually get to it. But yeah, for now, keep in mind, there are 12 temples in the game, and we are about to head into the second one. Victory! Let me just check how far along the grind we are. Oh my lord. What am I doing? A little bit further behind than I would have liked, so either I have miscounted or the game is just being very rude for us today. Because what I want to see is 440 SP on Alasia. We are up to about 330 right now, which is not giving me a lot of confidence that we are behind by like 100. We should be way further ahead, closer to 400 at this point. So RNG is just not having it today. Well, on the one side I would be quite happy about this, because it gives you more time to look at this absolutely gorgeous game. But on the other hand, it will drag out the run even longer than it already is. So we have to definitely hope that the grinding session that will happen after this one, not immediately, but a little bit later, that we can actually go ahead and make good on time a little bit there. But yeah, for now, we're just gonna go through the desert, killing some more bugs and some more blazing hounds, or hellhounds they're called, sorry. It's the hellhounds in the blazing fields.
It's battle time.
Always love to see this bug encounter. I just really love to see another Mikolov encounter and actually kill it. That would absolutely make my day. 2 of them would be even better, actually, now that I think about it. Also, I've explained the weather effects earlier, that you can cycle between sunny weather and whatever the other bad weather condition is. And basically how that happens is that every time you are in an area that can have different weather effects, if you go to another section of that map there is basically a coin flip done in the background which weather effect you will have. So simply by going in and out of doors or, you know, areas, you can cycle the weather effect to what you want, more or less. And sometimes you really want to do that because, as I explained earlier, you do want to try and fight in the sunny weather effect as much as possible, because it gives you the better encounters for SP grinding purposes. So we have done another full run. This should be 5 in my book. Yeah, game is not being kind to us today. Normally I would be done with the grind at this point, but for some reason I am not. Also, normally I have way more luck with the Migelovs. I should have actually encountered at least 3 of them by now. I've only had the one encounter and it made me flee. So, yeah. I guess RNG just wants to show you more of this game. Also, maybe I'm just a really unlucky person, but I have noticed that every time I am in the quote-unquote best grinding section of the map in this area, which is the last one that we go through before we teleport back, you know, where we fight, I think it's 4 encounters, I tend to have this sandstorm weather effect most of the time. So the game is rather biased against me, having me fight in bad weather, I think. But yeah, I'm trying to wrap my brain around the fact that we are so low in SP at the moment, because I've never had it be this low. I'm pretty sure it's just because of the Migelovs. Didn't have a lot of luck with that. Yeah, the thing why I'm thinking about this is when you are in a good weather condition in the blazing fields, basically the only 3 encounters that you can get is the one with the 8 bugs, with the 2 bugs and the 2 hellhounds, or with the Migelov. And I want to say, I mean, I'm totally not sure about the percentages, but you have about a 45% chance for this encounter, another 45% chance for the 8 bug encounter, and I think a 10% chance for the Migelov. Again, I might be totally wrong on those numbers, I have no idea. But we should have seen a lot more of those Migelovs by now. Again, if we encounter them, it's not a guarantee that we are actually able to kill them, because they can't just use the flee ability, which makes us run away from the battle, and we can't do anything about it. So we either have to have a preemptive strike against them, or just be lucky and they don't use that ability, but the Omni MP cure ability.
Absolute victory.
So that's just, you know, RNG on top of RNG. So I did not... Okay, we are at 413, so yeah, I think one more round of this and we should be good to go. Unless we encounter a Migelov, and then we're just immediately good to go, but, well, chances are we're not gonna see it. So,
We've got this.
Let's see what this has to offer here. The amazing fact is, you can basically divide the boss encounters in this game into 2 categories. One is single boss encounters against, you know, just one single entity that you're fighting, which most of the time will have multiple phases that it goes through. And the other category is obviously fighting against multiple enemies at once, which make up a boss fight. I am actually more afraid of the boss fights against multiple enemies than I am about the ones fighting against a single enemy. Simply because more enemies means that they get more actions per turn, whereas all these single entity encounters basically only get 1 action per turn, which you can, you know, strategize way easier around, even though they might have more powerful abilities. But they are a lot easier to deal with than having to fight 4 enemies at once. And the next boss that we're gonna fight, lo and behold, is gonna be our first boss encounter against 4 different enemies. And they can be quite brutal. Now you would probably survive the first round against them, but once it gets into a second round and they all get turns, yeah, you're not gonna have that much of a fun time, let me tell you. Okay, we are basically about to hit the threshold on the SP that we need, so I don't care about the weather condition here. I just want to finish these fights and be done with the grinding so we can actually continue on with the run. And I think I was actually lying about this grinding section being shorter than the one we did before, because we had to do basically 2 extra runs here, which might have dragged this section out to be about as long as the other one, if not even a little bit longer. So, hooray for RNG and JRPG speedruns, am I right? So this should be the last fight that we have to go through. Let's hope it is. Check. Oh yeah, we actually ahead now, so I'm just gonna go ahead, do a little bit of a shopping trip and set up my abilities. So slower, if you have anything to plug, now would probably be a good time.
Is that all?
Oh.
Once again, still no donations, guys. Come on, there's donations in. But I would like to plug in here real quick that Indiethon is sponsored by Chucklefish Games. Chucklefish Games is an independent game developer and publisher based in London, UK, with a love of charming pixel art and a drive to support and create amazing games. They have published countless classic indie games such as Starbound, Stardew Valley, Time Spinner, and more. They have graciously provided us with many cool prizes. Visit their website over at chucklefish.org.
Okay, we bought a few points of equipment there, which we are now gonna put on all of our characters. Just quickly make sure that I have everybody equipped with the stuff that I want them to have equipped. I'm just gonna take this a little bit slow just to make absolutely sure that everybody has equipped what they actually need here. Because if I mess anything of this up, you can probably tell that, well, things are not gonna go so well during the fights that we're gonna do. And here I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up one of the most busted abilities for Ulan in the game, which is 1-for-1. And what 1-for-1 does, it makes it so that she loses 30% of her strength, but she gains a 30% magic attack power. And you know, since she is a black mage now, well, she doesn't need strength, she just needs magic power. And that is a huge boost to her damage output. Absolutely incredible. Because you also have to keep in mind that the damage that you output basically rises exponentially compared to... Oh, great. Well, check that up too. That has never happened before. Oh, the game is just throwing all kinds of curveballs at me at the moment. Okay, so what happened there is, in order to unlock these status nodes, not only do you need SP to unlock them, but you also need status orbs to actually, have them an effect. But since I've never fought any Migolovs, and though because the Migolovs actually drop a lot of status orbs when you defeat them, I actually do not have enough status orbs at the moment to take the effect of those status nodes. I mean, luckily it was on Eco, it doesn't matter too much on him at the moment. But yeah, this could have potential ramifications later. Oh god. Okay, for now, we're just gonna defeat these Arctons. Oh, that is what I was forgetting. I should have Omni Eyes here. I was wondering why Darkmoor had so many SP left over. It's because I forgot to grab Omni Eyes. Luckily, he had Omni Arrow to make up for it. Oh, yeah, I forgot to pick this one. I was wondering, why does he have so much SP left over?
It's battle
Because
time.
it's because I forgot to grab an ability. Well, luckily that didn't, you know, that was easily fixable. But it could have been bad in one of the later encounters for sure. But yeah, we are done with the grinding session, so let's actually go ahead and make our way over to Virgo Temple,
We've got this.
where we will fight Argon again. Argon was the lovely horned dude that we had fought in Harmonia earlier, if you still can remember that. And we will now have a proper boss fight against him in just a couple screens. Make sure that everybody is healed up and at peak condition, because it is a boss fight after all, right? Now we will grab this chest here. There are 2 Angel Kisses inside. Now Angel Kiss is a party-wide revival item, obviously very handy to have. And now we have another boss fight coming up.
It's battle time.
Basically following the same format as before, we're gonna use Defense Blade with our pager on it to lower its magic and defense stats. Crest actually goes before, so you can use Ice Blade on him to deal more damage and gain more FP, which is great. It's gonna use Omnimute, he always does that on his first turn. Now Dagmar goes before Ulan, that is why we use a remedy on her now. And then we just use Iceus, as we did before, to deal massive amounts of damage to him and hopefully already put him into a second phase. And indeed we have. So he will now transform, which means I can just start dealing a little bit of damage to him.
This ends.
Actually, what I should have done is probably with our pager to use a remedy on Crest, so I could have used another Ice Blade, but I didn't think of it. Ah well, not too bad. Now, since we did the grinding session, Ulan also now has enough MP to use Iceus twice without having to use Ethers, which is pretty rad, and now we have pushed him into his third phase. Now his resistances change with the third phase. He is now weak to physical attacks. So our mages are basically useless at this point. We'll always use Omniblind when he changes phases, and we will now just physically attack him. But since our mages don't deal a lot of physical attacks, what we will do with Ulan is we will change our party to include Quest, Alec and Kaden instead of Dagmar and Ulan. So now we have all of our best physical attackers out on the field, and we will just absolutely wreck him.
Take you all on.
I'm gonna try and use Poison Hit on him again, because he actually has a 4th phase. Yes, this is a 4th phase encounter. But we should be able to make very quick work of him.
Leave it to me.
My turn now. Like that.
Yes.
Ha ha.
Ah, come on. Okay, there we go. Forgot to use my last FP there. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that was basically the entrance boss into, what's it called again? Ares Temple, right? So now we will just go ahead and make our way through this temple. And even though we have just done a grinding session, obviously I still need more SPs. So even in this temple, I will actually go ahead and fight every encounter that I come across. Again, I will hope that it's gonna be in good weather, and it is perfect. Also, in this cutscene that we just skipped, Eco actually got kidnapped by the dungeon's mini boss. So at this point in the run, you do not have access to Eco at all, which can throw you for a loop during a casual playthrough, because Eco is basically your main healer at this point in the run.
Kidnappers and no.
I think the only other character that has even access to a healing spell at this point in their base job is Alasia, if I'm not mistaken. No, I think Alec also has a healing ability. Actually, yeah, I think he does. I think maybe even Ulan has one. There are a lot more characters that can heal in this game than I remembered. But yeah, still, Eco does a phenomenal job at healing your party and keeping them healthy. So not having them around for these fights can be a little bit tricky if you're playing casually. But again, since we're using speedrun strats, it doesn't matter to us too much. So we will just blaze through this temple blindingly fast. Now theoretically I could have prolonged the grinding session even more, so I do not have to take these encounters, but you gotta keep in mind that these also not only give us SP, but obviously also experience and money. And the amounts you get from here are higher than you would get in the Blazing Fields, because it is a higher level environment, so I'd rather just take a moment to, you know, get my experience and money up to speed, because we will do more shopping later. Okay, we'll come up at the mini-boss, or the first time we meet the mini-boss. So we're just gonna chuck ethers at Ulan and Arpeggio. This is Mick Thief. He stole Eco from us. And he's just running around this dungeon, hiding in various vases that you have to go look around and, you know, click on to make him appear. Obviously, again, since it's the fire element area, he is weak to ice, and one cast of a full power Iceus basically takes care of him. However, we have to fight him a couple of times, so this was the first time. Now that we have defeated him, we'll just leave this area, drop down here, go back through here. This opens up a new path up there that we just saw in this cutscene. So now we'll go through here and follow the path to the left, where we'll have our second encounter with him. Luckily, again, we are fighting in good weather conditions, so we get a lot of low power enemies and not few high power ones, or whatever you want to call that. We gotta look at the vases up at the top, and there is Mick Thief again. And we're basically gonna do the exact same thing that we did before. We're just gonna focus with all of our party, and then use a maximum power Iceus with Ulan, and that should take care of the encounter. Also, I think I haven't explained the FP mechanic during fights at all so far, and I guess I will just, you know, just leave it be for the moment. I will probably have the time to do that during our third grinding session, because for now we have gotten the firepower for our ring. We can now burn objects that are in our path. Now I do want to try and engage in this encounter while I am actually falling down. And this is a very unlucky encounter. It's, again, single entity. Do not want to see that, even though this guy is worth 2 SP, so it's not as bad, but nah, it just hurts to see it. Because now I've fallen down, I can quickly grab this teleporter and just make my way back over. Because normally I would just try and grab the teleporter, then go back up, but I have noticed that that noise is in my way most of the time, and I would either have to wait for it to retract a little bit so I can actually land on the platform, or I can just, you know, jump over there, slash the noise in mid-air, fall down, grab the teleporter, and then make my way back up unhindered. Which seems to be the faster option out of the two for me. Because you do want to get this teleporter for later on in the run, where we would actually need it, because you have to come back to this area like way later in the run.
This ends now.
I'm getting a lot of these encounters, and this is making me not so hopeful for our SP totals once again, but then again, we overshot a little bit during the second grinding session, so I hope I will still be good after this.
It's battle time.
If not, I mean, the worst that can happen is that it will make the third grinding session even longer. But I guess we'll see about that when we get there. But yeah, coming up, we are now in the area with the biggest puzzle of the temple. Once again, it has to do with Mick Thief. We'll just look at these vases over here. And now we are in this very big room where there are a lot of these vases scattered around. And obviously we only want to interact with the ones where the Mick Thief is actually hiding in. And the way you do that is not only can you hear a rumbling sound, if I would just stop talking for a moment, but you can also see the vases visibly shake from time to time, and that is basically your cue that he is hiding in there. We have to go to these 3 vases. It's always the same vases that he hides in, so this, you know, you basically know where you have to go. Find him 3 times and then he leaves for good. Fill up on MP. And then we'll go through this door and we will actually fight him for good this time. So he will summon some help. We basically do not care about that, because they will just die to our onslaught, but we will use defense break against him this time. Then we'll just focus with Cress. Use Omni Eyes with Dagmar. Drop an Iceless in his face. Now he should survive this. Then we'll summon more backup and not actually take a turn himself. Well, he does take a turn himself, he just doesn't use it to attack us, I want to say. And that is that fight. Now we have actually eco bag right at the end of the temple, so we will quickly go to our Ascension Tree. I want to grab Waterous with Ulan. I wanted to grab more agility with Arpeggio. And let's see, I want to grab a whole bunch of stuff with Caden. So let's see if we can already make our way all the way to the bottom here. Might be close, but yeah, okay. We actually managed to grab Monster Bait. Monster Bait is a very interesting ability, and it will help us blaze through the next grinding session even faster than we have already done so. But I will explain that ability when we actually get there. For now, we have the boss fight of this temple, which is gonna be against the Behemoth and his cronies. So basically do the same thing as before. We're gonna use Omni Force Zero. Now all these enemies are weak against light attacks, so that is why we have Eco in our group, because we actually went ahead and grabbed Omni Aereo a little bit earlier. And they're also weak against wind. That should kill all of these, and then we just use a full power Waters against the Behemoth, and he should be done. He isn't. Why are you still alive, my friend? Die. Okay. Normally he died. Oh, I know why. Because they actually managed to use Demode on us. The Demode is another status effect, and what it does, it disables all your passive abilities. And since we have 1-on-1 on Ulan, which is the ability which raises her magic attack power by 30%, that got deactivated, and that is why she didn't have enough power to kill these enemies. So another stroke of RNG there for us. Right in our face. But yeah, we are back in Harmonia. We will take the opportunity to talk to Ophir and turn in the quest that we completed, like, basically a couple encounters after we stepped foot into the Blazing Fields. But we want to go ahead and grab the next one from her. So that is why we walk all the way up to here, skip this cutscene, and then walk all the way back to Ophir, so we can already start the next part of it. Because once again, this is the only side quest chain that we actually want to complete in the run. Now that we have the next step, we will continue on with the main quest, which takes us to Zeft Heights, because there is another incident in town that we have to resolve. A couple more stories happening here, and of course the first encounter we get is a surprise encounter, because again, as I explained earlier, there are 2 ways to start an encounter. One is by swinging your sword. Swinging your sword makes it so that the encounter starts normally, or you get a preemptive strike. Or you can run into enemies, which again, there's a chance that the counter starts normally, or you can get a surprise attack. However, when you are in town, you cannot swing your sword. So the only way for me to engage these encounters is by running into them, and that is where I can get a surprise attack. Which, again, is kind of ludicrous to me. I mean, I can understand why you shouldn't be able to swing your sword while in town. But the fact that these encounters can still surprise you is just... I don't know, I'm kind of not okay with that, if I'm honest with you. But it is just the way this game works. Anyway, we defeated these 2 sets of encounters. There are 2 more sets of encounters in this screen that we have to get through. So that is 1. This is the next one.
We won't lose.
Again, Omniforce here just doing absolutely good work for us here. And then we have another boss encounter against Hake. Now Hake is weak to water, which is basically his downfall. So once again, we will use defense break on him. We'll focus with eco. Stun hit is okay. Maybe it's not okay. And then we just use a full power Waterers and that should get rid of it. Obviously it's unlucky that Arpeggio died there because he will miss out on experience in SP. But it's only 5 points. 3 points even, yeah. Again, since we overgrinded a little bit earlier, it's... Oh no, it's 10 SP, sorry. Yeah, should still be fine. Should still be fine. Okay, we'll go back to God As You Know, have a little chat, and then we'll continue on to the Grand Canyon. Go to here. Really go to the Valiant Port to grab Fedora and try and fly to Ronta, which is the next town that we're gonna visit. However, on the way there we get under fire by our enemies. That is why we have to more or less crash land, I want to say, in the Grand Canyon. And we have to make a slight detour to actually get to Ronta. So let's go ahead and do that. Couple more cutscenes to skip here. And again, we still need more SPs, so I will just go ahead and take these encounters here. Again. Very unlucky encounter, because we are in sunny weather and still get hit by this single entity encounter. Oh my lord. I think he's at least worth 2 SP if I remember correctly. No, 3 SP even, okay. It's not so bad then, but still. Just seeing all these single entity fights in good weather conditions and whatnot, just making me... Well, I think this is a bit of a cursed run here. Anyway, we opened that chest. It has a life core inside of it. Now, a life core is an item that revives one of your party members with 100% HP, which is pretty nice to have. I hope I won't have to use too many of those. But again, this is a JRPG speedrun. We will be under-leveled for a good part of the run, and we are starting to approach the territory where our characters are basically glass cannons. Like, it's gonna be a miracle very soon if we even survive one hit by an enemy anymore. So yeah, revival items may start playing a very important part very soon here.
It's over.
But for now, we're just gonna make our way through the Grand Canyon, fighting a couple enemies along the way, and hopefully arrive in Ronta before long. I do keep in mind, also maybe I could just take the moment to explain how... No, wait, I can do that later. I can do that in a grinding session because I can show that off a little bit better there, because we nearly made our way to Ronta, actually. Now that I think about it. I think we only have one more encounter to get through after this one. And we should be there.
The noises feel like a distant memory.
Also, pay heed to the conversations our characters are having. You can read the text bubbles, the text boxes rather, at the lower portion of the screen whenever we are out on the field. Let's just say that after a while, the game just is not able to catch up with us anymore, and our characters will start commentating on events that have happened minutes in the past, which is, you know, kind of starting to tell you how fast we're going. Because obviously, you know, the game wasn't exactly optimized for speedruns. But now we have made our way to Ronta. We're gonna make another quick shopping trip, just stock up on everything that we may need, which is indeed not very much. I just saw. But we're gonna have another quick talk here, then we're gonna go into the weapon shop, buy some new things.
Welcome
Get a Rassilus, 2 Kangs, and a Sham. Gonna get 2 Bucklers. And we're gonna get, wait, Cotton Mantle and 2 Cotton Ropes, yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna visit Cressa's home, because this is her hometown. We came here because she was worried about her family. And her mother challenges us to another J-Star duel here. You can actually tell that this run has been gone not exactly optional, because I should have a couple Migolov tokens at that point. I have 0, and you basically always get one if you defeat a Migolov, so yeah, going great. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we win or lose this. This is just basically to show off, I want to say, but we did indeed win because she has very bad tokens. We get nothing for this, so I don't know, do what you want. We'll just leave Ronta again to go back to the Grand Canyon, so we can now make our way over to Virgo Temple, which is the next temple that we are gonna tackle in the game and in our speedrun. Another cutscene here, and that we just retrace our steps a couple screens. You might have spotted it earlier when I actually already passed it. And then we'll go into Virgo Temple. It's not this point. If you can climb those platforms, but you still need another ability at the top to grab a chest with I think it holds an elixir.
Let's fight.
So, another single entity encounter. My god. The RNG gods have conspired against me.
I'm not happy about it.
What is this run? Anyway, making our way up top through this door, and we are basically at the foot of Virgo Temple right now. Which will be the third temple, if you've been keeping count, that we'll go through. But lo and behold, once I actually set foot into Virgo Temple, I will immediately teleport out again, because we will start our third grinding session, and it's probably gonna be the longest. So yeah, if you thought that you know, the other grinding sessions were long, well, sadly I have bad news for you, because it's gonna get a little bit worse. Well, I don't want to say it's worse, but well, you'll see. Anyway, what we're gonna do here, we're gonna go to Caden and equip the Monster Bait ability. Now what Monster Bait does, it immediately lets me get to a random encounter at the press of a button. So I don't have to run around the map anymore. In order to find encounters, I can just press a button right where I'm standing and get into one. Before I do that though, I want to retrace my steps, just I think it's one screen, and grab the quest item that we need for Ophern, right here, which will also initiate an encounter. So just have to kill these guys. And since we are in bad weather, I will just immediately teleport back and see if we can get better weather where the teleporter is, because every time you walk over a teleporter you get an autosave, and I do want to kinda do an autosave in the grinding session now and again, just for safety reasons, in case things can go wrong, because they can actually go wrong during the grinding session. Alright, got good weather. So this starts our grinding session. So strap in everybody, because this won't end until I see 1200 SP on the last year. This will take about, well, at the rate that we're going and the rate that the RNG is treating me, probably half an hour. So yeah, enjoy me pressing buttons and slower. If you have anything to plug, now is a really good time.
Let's fight.
Well, I mean, I know I've been saying this a lot, but like I said, you guys really should get those donations in. You know, I haven't been able to read anything all this entire time. But while we are also sponsored by Chunkfish, we are also sponsored by Team 17. Team 17 are an independent indie developer and publisher. They've kindly provided us with some awesome grand prizes. such as Team 17 and Playside Studios Dark Fantasy Survival RTS Age of Darkness Final Stand, which is now out on Steam Early Access. So definitely go check that out. But do visit the team17.com to check out their full roster of indie games. They have some. If you've been watching some of the ads we've been having, they have some amazing games. So definitely do check those out. They are amazing. But we do have plenty of bid wars and incentives as well. That like most of these have been met as far as I know, but we still have plenty of bid wars. Like for example, in his Inception, you can choose the art style of 32-bit or even 8-bit. There's currently a bid war going on for it. There's the
Let's fight.
Demonic Robots DLC category bid war. You can choose from They Came From Below, Lightbearer, or We All Fall Down. Again, bid war for that. And we also have plenty of prizes, such as the Mega Games Pack, which has contents of Blasphemous, Greek Memories of Azure, Narda Boy, Neon Abyss, Ukulele, and the Impossible Layer. So if you donate for at least $30, you can be put in for this prize. That's a lot of games. It's over $125 worth of value. It's a very big value there.
That's pretty awesome.
Okay, there's also the Big Games Pack where you can get Inmost, Wargroove, Pathways, and even Starbound. This pack this one's not as worth as the Mega Games, but this one's still worth over $70 a game. And the only thing you have to donate only for $20. So I'd say you get a pretty good deal there.
Absolutely.
So yeah, and you can also be entered as many times as you want for these as well. So I just want to point that out. So the medium pack, games pack, where you can get Wargroove or Pathway. Both of them are being given away. So if you do donate at least $10, you can win one of those. There's also the small games pack where you can win either Inmost or Starbound, getting $5 for that. Or there's even the tiny games pack where there's two sets for Starbound. Again, you donate $250, you'll be able to be put in for that as well. So again, just get those donations in. Helping an amazing cause. So for anyone that might be new, Indiethon is raising money for Child's Play. Child's Play was founded in 2003 by Mike Carlhook and Jerry Hawkins in response of how video games were portrayed negatively by the media. Today they provide toys, games, and technology for over 185 hospitals worldwide to help improve hospitalized kids' lives. They also provide grants to hospitals to help maintain entertainment equipment and to research new ways that technology can help children during their hospital stays. Visit their website at childsplaycharity.org to learn more about their efforts.
Let's fight.
Oh boy. So, while Slower was reading all that, a couple of things happened. First of all, I finally defeated my first Migov for the run, which is pretty good. I feel good about that. And you saw me use the Goldie ability there and not Omniforce you. The reason just being that Omniforcia is not strong enough to pierce the Migolov's defenses so I can kill it. Goaty, however, is an interesting ability. What it does, it's a Dark Knight ability, and it drains all the HP of your other party members down to 1, and the amount that got drained gets applied as damage to the enemy, and it bypasses defenses. And that is basically my way of defeating these Migolovs. Now, obviously, you would have to go ahead and wait a little bit for your after the battle for your HP of your party members to regenerate, but I instead just go to the menu. Excuse me, and use an Omni Potion to heal them back up. After that, we got into another fight with a Migolov, but sadly it just casted the Flee ability on me again, so I was not able to kill that. But after that, I had basically the worst encounter that you can have here, and is the reason why I want to try and keep my HP topped off. And that is the encounter with the 8 bugs, and they got a surprise attack on me. And the reason for that is, remember, I'm not using my sword to engage these encounters. It's just counting these as if I were to run into the enemies. So I can get surprise attack here. And if I get a surprise attack against these 8 bugs, all of the 8 bugs go before me. They deal high amounts of damage to me, and if I'm not topped off or near topped off on HP, they can very easily kill me. But what happened there is I got a surprise attack. They managed to kill Arpeggio, which has never happened before to me ever. But since Arpeggio is the only one who is faster than them, they got another whole round of attacks off before I was able to act again. And they nearly managed to kill me, which would have been a game over and I would have to start the grind over. So, we were very lucky there. Oh my lord. This run is something. Oh my lord. Anyway, we made it through. I guess I would just have to be a little bit more cautious about my approach here now. And so how this grind works is I will just repeatedly engage in encounters and just use, most of the time, Omniforcia with Arpeggio to just wipe out the opposition immediately. And I count 1 round of grinding whenever Arpeggio runs out of MP and I have to go to the menu and use ethos on him. Every time I do that, that is 1 round. I will have to do about 12 of these until I have enough SP to continue on. So we have done 3 so far, so you know, we're about 1/3 through this, about to approach 1/3. And obviously I am hoping to encounter a couple more Migolovs that I will actually be able to kill. On average, I get about 8 kills of those guys during this grind. I have gotten 1 so far, so again, RNG is not exactly kind to us. Just reading chat there for a moment. The haha is basically, you know, every time one of your characters gets his or her turn, they have this little sound clip that plays, and Arpeggio's is just this haha sound. And since he's our fastest character, he gets to go first every single time in every encounter. That is basically the one sound that you're gonna hear the most during this grinding session. Oh, I also wanted to check my SP. Actually, yeah, I can do this after this first. Doesn't matter too much. So there's one optimization that we can do here. Once you hit 230 SP on Arpeggio, let's see how much we have. 280. Oh yeah, I way overshot again. We can go ahead and grab some more agility on Arpeggio. And the nice thing about this is Arpeggio is now faster than the Migolovs. So whenever I encounter a Migolov, I am now guaranteed to be able to kill it. Now, obviously, the only thing that we actually have to do is to run into some of those, but, well, I'm hopeful. Still. But yeah, let's actually go ahead and explain the battle system a little bit more in detail, because I have not done so. There are 8, or rather 9 elements in the game. There is fire and ice. There is wind and earth. We have lightning and water, light and dark, and then finally physical and neutral. And most of the time, every enemy has at least one weakness to any of these elements. Sometimes they have more. In the worst case scenario, they have none.
Focus on the battle.
Oh, preemptive. Yeah, you are dead, my friend. And obviously, you want to try and exploit your enemy's weaknesses as much as you can, because you will deal more damage to them if you do that. And, you know, since we are trying to go fast here, that is very good. Now, enemies can be weak to something, you deal more damage. They can be neutral to something, you deal normal damage. They can resist something, which means you deal less damage. They can nullify an element, which basically means you deal absolutely no damage. Or they can absorb an element, which means you will actually start healing them if you use that, which obviously is bad. Now, I have noted down the resistances of every boss enemy in the game in my notes, so that is obviously helpful. That is obviously the only thing that these Miglofs can do to not be killed by us, is get a surprise attack on us. Luckily, he actually just uses Omni MP Cure, which replenishes our MPs, so we can actually continue grinding and we can kill them, which is fantastic. Best RNG right there. And into the weaknesses play our FP points. Now, if you look in the top right and left corner, you see these diamonds with numbers in them. And that is our display how many FP we have. The top right corner, the yellow ones, are mine, and the top left corner, the blue diamond, is the enemy's FP. We start every encounter with 1 FP, as does the enemy. If we hit an enemy's weakness, we gain 2 FP. If we hit a resistance, we lose 1 FP. If we hit a nullification, we lose, I think it's 3 FP. And if we hit an absorption, I think we lose 5. So obviously we want to hit weaknesses to gain more FP. Because what does FP actually allow us to do? Well, you can see these these black diamonds at the bottom of the screen, just above my menu line. And just pay attention to that, you know, everything is black. And now one of these lit up and it says 50% at the bottom of the screen, right? And that is because I used 1 FP to empower that ability. And that 50% means I actually deal 50% more damage with that ability.
This'll be over quick.
And I can use up to 4 per turn. So if I had 4 FP, I could increase the damage of that ability by 200%. And if I then had to hit an enemy's weakness, well, I just deal ludicrous amounts of damage, and when I hit a weakness, I regain 2 FP again. And that is basically how we are able to get through these encounters so quickly, is by using and basically abusing that weakness mechanic coupled with the FP. Now, obviously, if we encounter an enemy that has no weakness, well, we can basically gain no FP, and that is bad, because that drags out the encounter a lot. However, we also have the focus command, and you have seen me use that quite a lot during the run. And what the focus command does, it gives us a temporary point of FP. Temporary meaning that if the turn order comes back to that character and that FP point has not been used, we basically lose that FP point. So, you know, if you want to focus, you want to be able to use that point of FP before that character's turn comes around again. If I use the focus command, you can see how many temporary FP points we have in the upper right corner, because at the diamond, the counter won't go up, but it will say +1 or +2 or +3, depending on how many temporary FP points we have in the upper right corner there. So it's not in the diamond, it's outside the diamond with a +1, 2, or 3. And that is basically the game's combat system in a nutshell. And you can see that later on in the, you know, harder boss fights, it would come into heavy play there, because everything basically revolves around using weaknesses, defending against enemies' attacks, using your FP at opportune moments. And it's great. There's a lot more going on than it might look at first glance here. Also, another thing to keep in mind is not only can you use your FP to obviously make your attack stronger, If I were to use a buff and use FP on it, it wouldn't make the buff stronger, but it would make it last longer. For example, if I use a buff that would normally last for 3 turns, if I use 1 FP on it, it will last now for 4 turns. Which isn't something that I'm using during a run, but it is something that you can keep at the back of your mind. Another thing to keep in mind is, I told you that we can gain FP by hitting weaknesses, and we also lose FP if we hit resistances, nullifications, or absorptions. If I would ever hit a point where my FP would go into the negative, the focus command would actually be grayed out. I could not use the focus command anymore. I could only regain FP by hitting weaknesses. Now, if I were to get into an encounter with an enemy that has no weakness, and I were to get into the negative range in my FP, I would just be, stuck with that. There would be no way for me anymore to regain FP. Which isn't exactly true. There are some other abilities from some of the game's classes that would get you out of that hole, but during the run we won't have access to that. Okay, I hope that clears up how this game's combat works a little bit. Again, it's a kind of simple system, but it works just so phenomenally well, and I just really love it. Let's talk about the game's jobs a little bit. Now, you see that Ulan and Arpeggio are so far the only characters that I have changed jobs with. Ulan is now a Black Mage, and Arpeggio is a Dark Knight. Every character starts out with a base job. That base job is unique to that character. So Ulan is a captain, Arpeggio is a thief, Iku is a scholar, Dagmar is a sorcerer, and so on and so forth. These jobs are unique to that character. No other character can get that job. However, every character has access to 3 more job slots, which are their main job, their sub-job, and their support job.
Got something tasty
Now
for
you can fill these out with 3 jobs per character. So for example, Ulan has access as her jobs to being a Black Mage, a Harnesser, or a Guardian. These are the only jobs she has access to, and you can decide which of these jobs will be her main job, her sub job, and her support job. For example, I put Black Mage as her main job. Main job means that not only will the equipment that she has access to change, because she cannot use her lances anymore. She is now a Black Mage. She can only use staves and wands, and obviously ropes instead of armor. But having her as a main job Black Mage also means that I gain access to the full Ascension Tree, the steer grid-like progression stuff that we do. I gain full access to that. All the stat increases, all the abilities, and all the passive abilities of that job. If I later select a sub-job, now I can still select the Guardian or the Harnesser as her sub-job. The sub-job only gets access to that job's abilities. So you do not gain access to further stat increases or the passive abilities of your sub-job. And the same thing holds true for the support job, only that the support job only gains access to that job's passive abilities. So you do not gain the main abilities or the status upgrades. And your choices there are permanent. Once you have locked in your main sub or support job, that is permanent. You cannot change that ever unless you restart the game. So keep that in mind when making your selection. Which also means if I make a wrong choice with my jobs during this run, we are basically dead. Because I have no idea how I were able to complete the run if I select the wrong job. So I will absolutely make sure that I select the right job when I change my jobs. So why do we select the jobs that we do? Well, I think it's pretty clear why I have Arpeggio as a Dark Knight at this point. He is ludicrously fast, he goes before basically everybody, and his Omni Forcior just absolutely wrecks random enemy encounters. I mean, what else is there to say, right? We have Ulan as a Black Mage, simply because she is one of the most potent damage dealers in the game as a Black Mage. which is kind of strange to think about because she starts out as more of a tank-like character as a captain. However, because she has the one-on-one ability, passive ability, that decreases her strength but increases her magic by 30%, that, you know, it's part of her base job. No other character in the game has access to that ability, and that is such a massive damage increase. It is ludicrous if you do not take that and make use of that. Because the way that the damage calculation works, it's basically exponential. You know, it's something like the enemy's defense, or your strength minus the enemy's defense, and then a couple other multipliers and, you know, background mathematic shenanigans going on there. But what you can keep in mind is, the more strength or magic over the enemy's magic defense you have, the more damage you deal, and that grows exponentially. So it's not a linear increase, it goes up exponential. So for example, if an enemy, and I'm totally this could be really bad. Oh lord. I forgot to fill up on HP, we got a surprise attack here, so... let's just wait this out.
I'm so sorry.
You know what? I'm actually gonna do... Oh god. Oh, maybe I should explaining stuff and actually focus on the game for just a little bit here. I think they're weak against Earth. Okay. We survived. Okay, that was an absolute butt clench moment because, again, we could have easily died there. Okay, where were we? I have completely lost my train of thought there. What was I explaining? It was something about the jobs, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry, lost my train of thought. Anyway, we are pretty close to the end of the grind, so we will be out of that section in just a moment. We have nearly reached the 1,200 SP in the last year that we need. But yeah, I have to take a mental note that I am down one Angel's Kiss at the moment. Obviously, I didn't want to need to use that, but that was definitely an emergency situation. Absolutely no way, no doubt about that. So I think after this round of grinding, we should actually be done with it. And this was the longest grinding session in the run. After this, we only have one more grinding session that we need to do, but it only consists of 2 fights that should be over really quickly. So I don't think you can even call that a grinding session per se, but it is something that I had to route in after the patch drop this week, so sadly we will have to take that short time loss later on in the run. So I think we only need to do 2 more encounters and we should be about good. Now obviously, once again, it's a pretty sad that we didn't get as many Migolovs. I think we fought 2, maybe 3 of them, but not a lot more. That could have obviously sped up the grinding session here, but oh well, it is what it is. Alright, let's check our SP total. Let's see if we hit the 1,200 on the last year or not. We haven't quite yet. We still need 21 more. Okay. So, let's see. We need 21. So after this fight, we need 13 more.
Focus on the battle.
And now we need 9 more.
Great work.
Again, each enemy is worth 1 SP.
This'll be over quick.
It's gonna be 5. Come on, give me an 8-bug encounter so we can get out of here, game. Please. Otherwise, this will be 2 more encounters. Oh, God. What is this? What is this run? What is this run? So just to give you an idea of what pace we are at currently, my world record of this run was a 3 hour, 40 minute and something. And I finished this grinding and shopping session coming up at just under 2 hours. I think we are a little bit over 2 hours into the run, so I'm probably behind by 5 to 6 minutes of my PB at this point. Anyway, we have to do some Ascension Tree stuff because we have a ludicrous amount of SP now. We're gonna grab a whole bunch of abilities. We will just skyrocket our offensive capabilities at this point. Just gonna have to make sure that I'm actually grabbing the right things here. Because once again, there are no refunds. So sorry if this is a little bit slow, but seeing how this run goes, I just want to make absolutely sure I grab the right things. Don't want to make this any worse than it already is. Grab that, please. Thank you. Now we do want to change Dagmar's main job to a Chronomancer. Now, as the name suggests, Chronomancers are basically time mages. They can haste up your characters, they can slow down enemies. They have a couple other fun things too, though. Most importantly is the replay ability. And what the replay ability does, it basically allows the Chronomancer to redo whatever action a other character out of your team has done on their previous turn. Yeah, it's a replay, right? And we'll use that to great effect a little bit later. For now, we're just gonna grab a lot of health ups, a lot of passive abilities, a lot of stat ups. We're just really making our character stronger. And again, we're taking this long grinding session because the Blazing Field is basically the best grinding spot in the game for a long while. So there is basically no reason to postpone that. Just immediately when you have access to the monster bait ability, just go for it. Okay, we should be good to go. So let's finally continue on with the run. Let's go into Virgo Temple. And, well, let's play around with our new abilities a little bit, shall we?
This'll be over quick.
So this is a boss fight. As you can see, we actually take very little damage. But we deal ludicrous amounts of damage to the enemies. And that is basically what allows us to go pretty fast, yeah. Like, remember what kind of damage we dealt before? Yeah, I think we about doubled that, kinda, for certain things. So, yeah, we can go fast now. Also, there's another boss fight right up.
We won't lose.
She is absolutely immune to physical attacks, so we're just gonna focus here. Then we're gonna use a wind spell, which is her weakness. Now Dagmar has a passive ability. Every time he uses a single target magic spell that hits an enemy's weakness, he has a 50% chance to just cast that again. which is pretty good if you ask me. Also, Ulan now has a passive ability that makes it so that every spell that she casts costs 50% more MP, but it casts twice. However, you gotta keep in mind that the second cast does not benefit from our FP points that we put into the ability. So if I were to use, 4 FP on her turn, which would increase the damage of whatever spell she's gonna cast by 200%, that only goes for the first cast. The second cast of the double cast does not benefit from that. But still, it's a nice passive damage increase. So I am very happy that I have this ability now, because she will be our main damage dealer against bosses for a while. But, even though we just did the biggest grinding session of the game, we are still not at the SP totals that we need for the rest of the run, so I'm just gonna run through this temple and grab every single encounter that I can just to still, increase our experience, get more money, get more SP, and have a little bit of fun for that. But yeah, we are basically finished with the grinding. We are halfway through the run, but we still have a lot of game for us because, from this point onwards, the breaks come off. Like I said, we will do a 4th grinding session, which will consist of 2 fights. It will be over very quickly. But yeah, from this point onward, we just concentrate on going fast. Getting through the dungeons as fast as possible, using all of our abilities to basically obliterate every boss. Unless, RNG gets into our way again. Let's hope not. But yeah, this is finally the point where, everything comes together, everything that we have worked for, everything they had routed in, and basically the fun of the run begins. I just cannot say it any other way. Every time I come to this part in the run, it's just getting more fun by the minute because, we can finally go fast. We have grinded all that we needed to, and we can finally enjoy the game. Also, let's maybe try to talk about this game's story a little bit, because our cutscene incentives are coming up. So the story of the game is we are in the land of Orcanon, and we are the 333rd company of demigods. Now, the way demigods work is they are the protectors of the realm against the noises, these enemies that we have been fighting all this time. Because we have been basically equipped with, godlike powers, but since we are still mortals, we are demigods, right? Makes sense. Where the hell am I? What? Excuse me? Game? I was in a completely different room before that fight. Why did I get teleported down here? Okay, I know where I am, I just don't know why I'm here. What? Okay, so this has sent me back like 2 rooms or so into a portion of the temple that I normally do not visit during the speedrun. So this is not a good find. What? Okay. Let's see if I can remember where the exit to this room is. I think it's up here. Yeah. Why did it put me down there? I was up here fighting that enemy, right? Why did it put me down below? What? Man, this game is just throwing all kinds of curveballs at me.
But I'm more interested in
Okay. Well, that is a thing that happened. Anyway, we got the earth power for our ring, and as you can see, it allows us to summon these statues. And coincidentally, this is the most broken ability in the game. For one simple reason. You are supposed to use this ability to, summon this very heavy statue to put on switches, and it also acts as a platform, so you can jump on it to reach higher elevations. And this is where the problem with that thing comes into play. You see, it put me here on the button, and then we can continue on. Because very soon the game will teach us that we are also supposed to use this ability mid-air. Because you can make it so that it crashes through certain floors, so we can continue on, right? And you put it up as high as you can, so you actually have a lot of power to, you know, push through the floor, right? Makes sense. It's physics. And let me actually go ahead and demonstrate that to you after this fight, because this is where the game actually teaches us about this ability. It's right here. So we summon it in mid-air, and it will punch through the floor here for us. Okay? So it is intended that we are able to summon this statue in mid-air. However, as I said before, it's also intended as a platform that you can jump onto to reach higher elevations. Now, what the game doesn't expect you to do is to combine these two things. So what we will actually abuse quite a bit in the run is that we can summon this thing mid-air, then jump onto it while it is still hanging mid-air to reach even higher platforms and just bypass complete rooms. So normally in this room I'm supposed to use my watering to grab a couple of things for a puzzle to continue. However, instead I'm just gonna do this right here. And jump up here and basically bypass the whole puzzle at the lower end of the floor. And you will basically see me do this consistently now. Also, I will go ahead and grab this. And for Arpeggio, we will go ahead and grab this, yes. Because we have 2 more boss fights coming up. So yeah, remember when I said that the run is gonna start being fun now? Yeah, that is also the reason why, because we will, you know, start skipping quite a few parts and actually be doing something during the platforming sections, or, you know, the out of fight sections of the game. Anyway, boss fight. We're gonna use Omniforces with 1 FP. They actually missed one of the enemies, which is bad. They're just gonna murder Arpeggio. Also bad, but luckily Eco has a passive ability that has a chance to revive one of our party members. So we can at least kill you. So the thing you gotta keep in mind with the force spells. Force spells are neutral element attacks. They basically bypass all weaknesses, resistances, and what have you. Could you stop doing that? What is that guy? This is just dragging out this fight. So they are a neutral element, however they are still counted as a physical attack in the sense that they scale off of strength and enemies can evade them. Now luckily we had the thing happen where one of the enemies completely evaded the Omniforces spell, which was a bit bad, but well, here we are. Anyway, we are gonna fight Shala in earnest now. She has 6 phases that we have to get through. The first 6 are we are just gonna try and get her out of her stone shell right here. Now do keep in mind she is immune to physical attacks, so we have to use magic attacks here. I should have used a couple of FP on him actually, now that I think about it. Ah, well. So Udon should be able to push through 2 of them at once because of the double casts, and she deals so much damage. Yep, there you go. Another one from Arpeggio. I think we are in phase 6 or so now? 5, sorry. No, 4. Oh my god. I can count. Now we're just gonna replay Ulan. Because remember, Dagmar is a Chronomancer. He also got his fierceness prog off, and this is the main phase of the Shala fight. She will summon help, but we don't even care. Because we're just gonna keep hitting her with our wind magic. which should take care of her nice and easy. And now we just have Arpeggio clean up the rest here. If he actually manages to hit the enemies. He does. Perfect.
Absolute victory.
Alright, that is Virgo Temple done. Fight could have been a little bit cleaner, but all in all, I think you can start to see how the strategies start to come together and why we did the grinding that we did, because you could try and power through these boss fights, you know, without the grinding session, but they can be quite the doozy, throw you through a loop and just outright murder you. And since we have access to the best grinding spot in the game anyway, why not just go ahead and abuse that for as long as we can, or so long that we are strong enough to just absolutely power through these enemy encounters. Now you might be able to see a pattern start to emerge. We have a little bit of trouble in town, then we go to a temple, then we come, resolve issues there, come back to town, have trouble there, go to a temple, etc, etc. And yeah, it is absolutely a pattern. This is the second to last time this will happen, actually. We've been nearly through all of the regions of the town too. Also, our donations incentives are coming up. So I'm sorry that I wasn't able to explain the story of the game to you up until now, but there was just so many other stuff that we had to explain. So I hope you can still kinda enjoy these cutscenes. I will try to make sense of them after we watch them. But I just have to talk to Orphan here, turn another quest, and accept the next one. And the quest we just accepted is actually the one that we want to complete. This is why we had to do the other side quest before, so we were actually able to go ahead and accept this quest. I'm gonna do a quick shopping trip, buy one weapon. And we will now change party members again. We'll switch out Eco for Caden. Gonna grab a couple more things here. So I'll explain what we're doing. Just a moment. I don't have enough of that, sorry. Dagmar against this, yes. So we're gonna go ahead and give Caden her main job. And she is going to be an assassin. Now, assassins are usually used to put all kinds of debuffs on your enemies. Like mute, which is silence, and other stuff. However, they also have access to level 3 and 4 dark elemental spells. And, well, the next boss that we're gonna face is weak to dark elemental spells. So I think you can already see where this is gonna go. Got a couple more magic damage increases. Not this one. This one. Put the weapon that we bought on her, and we will continue on our way. So keep in mind one thing. All of the denizens of this world eat a fruit called harmelon. Everybody eats those fruits, okay? Everybody. Ingrain that into your brain. Everybody eats the harmelons. They are the fruit. So enjoy the fruitless cutscene. This is your donation incentive, guys.
Livin's story got me thinking. We should give a name to our enemies. Brazier and Seren, the noise-controlling A guy, and the murderer B guy. Since none of them eat the Harmelons, why don't we call them all something like the Fruitless?
The fruitless. Those who reject the Harmelons. That works. We will defeat the fruitless and restore harmony to this world.
Can't we come up with something better for them?
It's not the greatest of names, but it suits them well enough.
You got a problem with my creativity?
Is this something we really want to fight over?
Alright. That's it. That's the fruitless cutscene, the first part. And I just thought it's oh my god, the fate of the world basically hangs in the balance here, and they are trying to come up with a name how they're gonna call their enemies. And they just settle on fruitless. And they even call each other out on being not that creative. It's just... I thought this was really funny the first time I watched that. So I just wanted to go ahead and spread the love for that a little bit more. Because just the fact that the characters themselves are calling each other out on their creativity just, you know, had me laughing quite a bit the first time I saw that. And guess what? We are actually gonna meet one of those enemies, and he's gonna put a boss in front of us, and after that is the second part of the fruitless cutscene. So we're gonna fight Onus here. Once again, we'll use defense break. And remember, he's weak against dark, so we'll use Amigov. But Kaden isn't exactly the best magic caster. However, if we have Dagmar as a Chronomancer, and we can just go ahead and replay what Kaden did, except she is dead now. Are you kidding me? So what was supposed to happen there? I was just gonna replay that ability and absolutely murder this enemy. Let's just see if I can do it now. Okay, we're just gonna cast Umberima again. Again, this has never happened before. He has never...
No way!
He's killing her again! Are you absolutely kidding me? What is this run? Okay. I think I'm just gonna try and kill him with ice then. Oh my lord. Then only Dagmar just replays Umberima. Okay, enjoy this cutscene.
You led my son astray.
I'm gonna go into that fight after this.
Your son.
Leonard.
Oh, him. Zaren's little errand boy.
So, Zima is with you.
Zima has his hands full. Why involve our families? To have a little discussion like this.
Discussion? What the hell would the fruitless want to discuss?
Fruitless? Is that what you call us? I like it. From now on, we are the fruitless.
Kill your own
So
kind.
yeah, that was the second part of the fruitless
We
cutscene.
put chaos into motion.
I'm just gonna skip this because we are starting to be a little bit behind here. But yeah, so you know, we just called our enemies the fruitless, and that guy likes it so much he's just gonna roll with it. And I mean, to be fair, if you know, if your objective was to upset the harmony of the world, and somebody would call you the fruitless because, you know, you've been called the fruitless because you reject the harmulants, which are the fruit which brings harmony. I mean, I guess I can see the intention behind it, but would you just be okay with being called the fruitless? I don't know, man. Like, that was just so funny for me because, you know, he doesn't even think twice about it. He just rolls with it. Yeah, okay, we are the fruitless now. So, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for donating money to watching these cutscenes. I think it's a good treat. And, yeah. We'll just continue on with this absolutely fantastic run, which doesn't go wrong at any one point. So we are in Leo Temple now, and Leo Temple is special in the way that it consists of only one room, or basically two rooms if you want, because it's an arena. So we are gonna do some arena trials here, and yes, this is required to progress in the story. So we will get into 4 battles back to back here, and we do that 4 times. So we have to do that 4 times. So keep in mind, between each of these rounds, you know, inside or between these 4 battles inside each round, you get from one battle to the next without interruption. You know, they just flow straight into each other, and you do not get heals between them. So whatever MP, HP, dead characters, whatever it is, it transitions from one battle to the next. And that is why we did all the grinding that we have been done. So that Arpeggio outspeeds all the enemies in the arena. So we can immediately go ahead and kill every enemy in every battle and just be done with it. You know, except for these rats, because they have a very high evasion stat, and again, since the force spells count as a physical attack, they can be evaded. So sometimes some of these dark rats will survive our onslaught here, but all of the other enemies should die every time. Guaranteed. And that is why we did all the grinding, because I just have not found a consistent way to get through this arena without all the grinding that we have done. Because we need all the SP that we have gotten to unlock enough agility nodes on Arpeggio to give him enough agility to outspeed all the enemies. Because let me tell you, this arena is not fun if you're playing it casually. It will absolutely mess with you. Because all these enemies have very high HP, they have very high attack values, they all have different kind of resistances, so you're just struggling to have all the necessary spells ready. You're not gonna have a good time in here. And if you come here on a speedrun where you're under leveled, oh boy, you are in for trouble. But yeah, since we have done the grinding, Arpeggio is strong enough to just, you know, cruise through this here. I think it's time for Slower to plug something about our sponsors or whatever you want to do.
Well, sponsors indeed, but I guess I can actually let a few people know who might be just now tuning in about Indiethon is a tri-annual charity event showcasing all types of indie games. Bringing you speedruns of games you may not even heard of before. Help Child's Play support their network of hospitals and domestic violence shelters as a place where children can feel safe and play games and get better. So you might be asking, what's Child's Play? Well, Indiethon is raising money for Child's Play. Child's Play was founded in 2003 by Mike Karlik and Jerry Hawkins. I think I've said his last name like a billion different times, different ways. In response to how video games are portrayed negatively by the media, today they provide toys, games, technology to over 185 hospitals worldwide to improve hospitalized kids' lives. They've also provide grants to hospitals to help maintain entertainment equipment and to research new ways that technology can help children during their hospital stays. Visit their website at childsplaycharity.org to learn more about their efforts.
Alright, perfect, because we are just about to wrap up on the arena here too. I think there's one more battle. No, there isn't. Okay, now that we have gone through the fights, it is time to bring out the heavy hitter of our run here in just a moment. Because, you know, you've seen Arpeggio and Ulan basically carry us to victory for most of the run so far. So it is time to bring up the next best character, which is gonna be Alec, and we are gonna unlock his main job as a warrior. Now Alec has just absolutely ludicrous strength growth, especially as a warrior. And as a warrior, he also has access to the triple slash ability, which makes it basically so that he attacks per turn 3 times for the cost of quite a huge amount of MP, obviously, because it is an ability. And this is actually what got fixed with the recent patch that I was trying to not download before I ran in this marathon, but yeah, I explained earlier, my PlayStation had a mind of its own and did it anyway. Because there was, I have to say, a little bit of a bug with the triple slash ability, which was quite in our favor as speedrunners and players of this game, but it is not anymore, and I will explain what that was in a moment once I have set up my characters. because we also have another boss fight coming up right here. Oh no, wait, no, we have the boss fight. What am I saying? I haven't fought the boss yet, because it's this guy again. He acts a little bit different than he did last time, because he now changes his weaknesses. And the fight before, it was set in stone, but he will always make it so that he is weak to fire on the first turn. So we're gonna get a few FP here, and then we're just gonna use triple slash with Alec, and we should absolutely wreck him. And the thing with triple slash was, emphasis on was, that it was bugged in a way that we could overkill an enemy. And what that basically means is, let's say for example that an enemy had 1000 HP left, and I would go ahead and deal 3000 damage to it with triple slash. You know, basically 3 times the amount of health it had left, or more. I would have killed that enemy 3 times, and I would have gotten the rewards for that particular fight 3 times. And I went to the wrong thing because I need to go to Una first. So basically what triple slash allowed us to do, it allowed us to kill bosses 3 times, even though you're only intended to kill them, well, once, obviously. And that is why we didn't need to grind anymore after this point in the run, because we're just trying to overkill each and every boss so that we get ludicrous amounts of experience, money, and SP. So we would have always enough SP to get the abilities that we want. We can't do that anymore, and that is why a little bit later in the run we actually have to go ahead and do 2 more fights to get the needed, or the bare minimum SP needed to carry us through the run.
Let's finish this ASAP.
So obviously that will lose a little bit of time, but it isn't as big of a deal as I thought it would be, which I am glad for. It's just, you know, it is definitely a time loss over the route I had earlier. Arpeggio, stop dying, please. You have last stand now.
My turn now. Yeah.
So yeah, one of the abilities that we got with Arpeggio, him being a Dark Knight, is Last Stand. And what the Last Stand does is Arpeggio now has a 30% chance whenever he would die during a fight to, well, not die, and survive with 1 HP. So obviously we do want to trigger that as often as possible, because again, we are paperweights, you know, or glass cannons rather. We deal a lot of damage very quickly, but oh boy, don't look at us funny, because we will just straight up fall over and die. Also, I need to grab a little bit more strength with Arpeggio so he can get us through this area. But he doesn't have the SP necessary because he just died during this boss fight. Right. Ah. Okay. Didn't account for that.
This'll be over quick.
Well, let's see if he can still kill the enemies though. I mean, he should be able to. He is not. Well, he kinda is. So yeah, this is why I want to have a little bit more SP on Arpeggio here, so I could grab that other strength node so he could instantly kill all the enemies down here. Because I would just have to go through a couple encounters here to get to that value. Oh, that actually helps. Hello there, little one. You are just what I needed down here. Thank you very much. So I know that I now have the values that I need. The game finally taking a little bit of pity on me here and allowing me to grab that. Because yeah, we haven't fought a lot of these Amigos during the whole run so far. Okay, but yeah, now we are gonna make our way underground through this, well, underground passage and see what is actually happening underneath the town. Oh. And yeah, we basically take all the encounters along the way here because in order to avoid them, I would need to be able to jump over them. But as you can see, the ceiling around here is pretty low. You know, it's a pretty cramped space. So I can't actually do that, so I have to take these encounters.
Time to fight!
I mean, I could jump over a couple of them, I suppose, where the ceiling is a little bit higher. But so far it is in my SP routing to take these encounters. And that is why I would just rather take them, especially now that Arpeggio is falling a little bit behind on what he needs. So I would rather make absolutely sure that we hit our breakpoints when we get there.
Fight!
That's not the right ability. So yeah, the spell menu can be a little bit of a mess sometimes because the abilities don't exactly line up in the way that you would think they would. They are a little bit all over the place. I mean, they are kind of sorted by jobs, but how they are sorted inside the jobs is a little bit of a mystery. Because you have Forcius and Omniforcius, you know, the level 3 force spells, like right beneath each other, which is okay. But then 2 rows below that is Omniforcior, which is the level 2 Omni spell, which just makes absolutely no sense in my mind. So yeah, menuming in battle in this game can be a little bit of an interesting experience. Let's put it that way. And that is why you may still see me, search for abilities sometimes, because I just cannot remember where the game has placed them. Although sadly there is no way to rearrange them yourselves or anything like that. So especially on the mage jobs, your spell list can just clutter up very quickly. We're nearly at the end of this tunnel, and obviously we're gonna have another boss fight down there. Now this boss fight will be against 2 enemies again. One of these is weak against physical attacks, and the other is weak against every magic element. So we are trying to, spread out our damage accordingly by having Arpeggio and Alec attack one of them, and then Dagmar and Ulan the other one. And look at these things here. And then immediately turn around and get into a sad boss fight. So this is Castor and Pollux. Castor is weak against physicals, and Pollux is weak against magic. And of course, Arpeggio missed his hit. Oh, at least he survived that.
Water.
Can I get a fierceness proc? Cannot. Also, as a Chronomancer, Dagmar now has access to another ability, which is Supplement. Supplement is a passive ability that makes it so he has a 30% chance at the end of his turn to simply go again. Which is very useful if it happens. Obviously.
Go!
Oh, come on, you survived with 700 HP? Are you kidding me? Hate to see it.
I'm feeling kind of...
Okay, we're done down here. So we're just gonna teleport back to the entrance, because we have to notch another cutscene back here. Skip a cutscene, go to the tower entrance, and we'll have another talk with Yuno before we will try to continue on to Gemini Temple, which will be the 5th temple that we have to complete. However, Gemini Temple is way up high in the air, and our trusty, steed, Fedora, actually cannot reach that, because apparently his wings aren't strong enough or something. So now our objective is to find a way to, strengthen his wings so he can actually fly up there. Which will be a little bit of a fetch quest, so to speak. Because we just think, you know, we could just feed them all the Harmelins in the world and maybe that will help, but spoilers, it doesn't. So we have to come back to the Oasis. And this is where we do our another grinding session. Because if you do use monster bait to get into encounter here, you will fight this thing. This is actually a boss enemy from a little bit later in the game. But for some reason you can encounter him here as a normal encounter, but only if you use monster bait. Now he is weak against magic when he is turned around like this. And if his eye is actually at the top, he will be weak against physical attacks. He has a 50% chance of flipping around whenever he gets hit by a weakness, as we have seen right here. Please don't die. Okay. Oh yeah, right, I have to switch out Ulan, I forgot about that. Okay, Arpeggio is done. It's withering, which is fine. And since we can't overkill bosses anymore, I have to defeat this guy right here, right now, 2 times. So this should be 1. Okay, there we go. And then I just have to defeat him 1 more time. Gonna quickly switch out some characters there. So this is 1 more. Okay, transform, that's good. Please don't kill Alec. You bastard.
My turn now. Nice. Like that?
I don't know if this would kill. It should. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay. 4th grinding session done, that was it. Switch Ulan back in, and then we take a look at the fruit. We will notice that this fruit is actually not enough to make Fedora strong enough, and then Alec remembers, hey, my dad uses to grow these fruits, which are for Harmelins, to make them grow big and strong, so why don't we pay him a visit? So we're now gonna go there. After we skip a bunch of cutscenes. Yeah, we already did that up, Patreon. That is what I mean when I say that the party bander just cannot keep up with the pace that we are going anymore. Really unfortunate that we got this particular encounter, because that's the only one that Arpeggio cannot one-shot. But of course, in this one, we get this one encounter. You know, the only one that we cannot one-shot. Because that's just par for the course today, I suppose. Gonna grab a couple more abilities here. Gonna grab this. And more strength. And a bit more strength for Alec. And accuracy. Actually, how are we doing on MP? Should probably just use a couple of ethers, because we have another boss fight coming up. Some of you might know this worm. You know, if you have been to the cinema recently, there was a pretty big movie coming out in October, I think it was. You know?
We won't lose.
You might remember this thing. I mean, the great big Shulu die.
Right.
Ring any bells? Anybody? Maybe? But yeah, he's an Earth Elemental Worm. He is weak to wind, so we're just gonna go ahead and abuse that heavily. phase encounter. We are now in the third phase.
Ooh, give it to me.
We should be just about done with it too. Don't need a supplement because we can just use Alec. Another triple slash, and this fight should be done as well.
Nice.
There we go. Exactly, that was actually wonderful. One of the few boss fights that have gone according to plan so far. We're just gonna quickly make our way over to the orchard here, have a quick chat with Alec's dad. Oh wait, his dad isn't here, right? We're looking for his dad now. So we go to Earth Cape, and we'll have another boss fight. Also, this Oasis encounter that we're doing here, this is the second one. There are 4 of them across the run, so get comfy with these guys. Oh, don't hit Ulan. Absolute bastard. They will always buff up on the first turn. Lock away.
I'll take you all on. Like that?
Alright. That was okay. Nobody died. That is the main thing I'm looking out for at the moment. And now we finally have the food for Fedora, so we can, you know, strengthen his wings and we can take off towards Gemini Temple. However, on the way there, we now have this shmup section. So, you know, if you like games like R-Type, Gladius, or whatever the hell it is, you might enjoy these. I think they're a really fun diversion, you know, as part of the run, because you get to do something else. They're not too hard, but they can kick your butt a little bit. Because the problem that I think here is that Fedora controls really slowly. It takes quite a while to get him to, well, where you want him to be. So it's really, really hard to actually dodge these projectiles. You can't just come into situations where you will absolutely get massacred here. Also, you can change your shots to different elements, and your enemies are actually weak or, well, resist certain elements, they're weak to others, they nullify some, so you actually have to change the element that you're attacking with from time to time, just to be able to actually kill these enemies. So it has a bit of Ikaruga to it, I want to say. You know, you're not exactly changing an element to absorb the bullets, but you're changing it to be able to kill the enemies. Well, it's got a little bit of that. Sadly, I still have not memorized which elements to use when, so this might look a little bit sloppy. Apologies. Yeah, the measure of success is nobody died for sure from parts of this run. I mean, at least for this particular run that I'm showcasing here. I mean, I've had bad RNG during my runs for sure, but never on this level. Also, we have a boss to fight. We'll just fly right into her face and double pound her with our shots to quickly kill her. And now we are in Gemini Temple. And we will be... Oh, actually, better heal up Ulan here. We'll be thrust right into the next boss fight, which will be against Dioscuri. He is a combination of Caster and Pollux from earlier. So when Caster is up, he is weak against magic. If Pollux is up, he is weak against physicals. And our friend just keeps on dying. And he has a 50% chance of flipping when he gets hit by his weakness, which just happened. It's good. So hopefully Alex can just immediately kill him. I mean, it's just bad that Arpeggio died again, so he will miss out on more SP. Actually, he's starting to miss out on quite a bit. I think I might have to go and fight McCain a third time if this keeps up. Just so you can still hit the breakpoints. Anyway, Gemini Temple. This is the first dungeon where I will make a point of avoiding every single enemy encounter. Because from now on, enemies are not worth fighting anymore. You know, we did all of our grinding. And they will just kill me. Because this is basically the part in the run where enemies will start being so tough that they will basically one-shot all your characters. And obviously, I do not want that to happen. Also, normally you're supposed to go that path up there, but with our stone power here, we will use a Miller's skip, so we don't have to do that puzzle. That was bad. Ah, God, come on. This isn't that hard, I promise. Oh, God. Why am I messing this up? This is the easiest skip in the game.
Let's explore.
There we go, my lord. So this enemy just spawns right in your face once you get through that door, so it's very easy to take that encounter. Gotta be really careful about that. Now we've only made it into the heart of Gemini Temple here, and now we have to do some puzzles. And since this is a wind elemental temple, well, guess what? We are gonna have some windy puzzles here by having to navigate these boxes across these, well, kind of small labyrinth, but you know, it will get more complicated in just a short while. First of all, we're gonna drop down here, shoot our fire to open up that barricade, and then we're gonna push the box again. Now at this point you have to stop the wind so you can actually fall down there. Now luckily the wind keeps going on even if you leave the control station up there. However, you do not want to leave the room, because if you leave the room, this cutscene that we just saw with the wheels turning doesn't trigger, and that is actually what makes us progress through this puzzle here. So you want to stay in the room until that cutscene has played, and then you can leave. So we're just gonna push that over there. And our reward for now will be the wind power for our ring, so we now will have all of our 5 powers for the ring. And this allows us to push blocks. So now we have wind, earth, fire, water, and physical. And we will not, God, I hate this. We will not summon Captain Planet. And the game crashed. Welcome to speedrunning Astria Ascending, everybody. Okay, we didn't lose a lot of progress because this game keeps making autosaves. I think I just have to redo the 3 puzzles that we just did because we just passed the teleporter in the temple. The game is definitely showing itself from its bright side today. Oh god. You know, I actually think this is actually pretty great because you're getting the whole experience of the game here. Like, these things have happened before, it's just that I've never seen all of them happen during one run. Normally the game is a little bit more mild-mannered and stretches them out across multiple runs. But yeah, if you've missed any of these puzzle solutions, well, here we go again. Again, you want to watch these cutscenes, because that is the trigger to progress in the dungeon. Come here. Put this again where it needs to be. But yeah, word of advice, if you don't like RNG, then maybe don't speedrun a JRPG. What am I doing? Hello? Oh, great. Okay, saved it. Yeah, I pressed the wrong button there. I didn't stop the wind, I let go of the console controls. And that is why the wind kept on blowing. Luckily, we were able to save that pretty easily. And we didn't even lose any time, so it's all good. Again, we got the wind power. This lets us push blocks on our own. So maybe I won't at least get into this encounter this time, because this one is like right at the crest of this hill, and it's very easy to run into it, as I just demonstrated again. I just wanted to check if we get another game crash here. This was all intended. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Okay. Let's go now. Now this is another puzzle. We are supposed to go to the left and push a block down from up above to continue here, but instead we can just drop our own statue and continue on. Thank you, game. Okay. On to the last puzzle. This one is a bit of a doozy, because the controls, the wind controls malfunction here a little bit. You can only use the right and up wind directions to push these blocks with the console. So we have to be mindful of that. Okay, wonderful. That was basically perfect execution of that puzzle. At least I haven't found a faster solution so far on my own. If anybody thinks he knows how we can complete this puzzle even faster, please let me know. And then normally you're not supposed to just teleport back here, you're supposed to do all kinds of other things. And I actually just noticed I forgot to do a menu, so let me just quickly go ahead and do that. Because Dagmar will actually get his first sub-job, which will be a shaman. Now, shaman are interesting in the fact that they get elemental fusion spells, and these allow you to imbue the attacks of your other characters with elements. So your physical attack will actually get replaced with an elemental attack. Or rather, it behaves as an elemental attack. And Eco will become a harnesser, which is basically a buffer. You know, as in a character that buffs you. Not as a frame buffer or anything. That would be ludicrous. So we're gonna make Eco as tanky as he can be. Did I forget anything else? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, continue. Okay. Yep. We are on check again. Ah, wait. Oh no, I grabbed that. Okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. So, end of Gemini Temple. Another Weezy encounter.
This'll be over quick.
Basically do the same thing again. So with Omniforcius, we're not gonna hit one weakness on any of these guys. Pedro dying again. Oh my lord. And then we should be able to finish it off with Omni Slash.
My turn now.
Not quite, but at least that gives me the opportunity to try and revive our Pedro again. Because I would very much like to see him survive a battle once and again.
I'm a fool.
Just trying to keep my party alive, and this is basically what happens if you quote-unquote go off script, or if things just do not go according to plan, which is basically the same thing as going off script. But what am I even saying here? Rather, you can see how really tight the route is for this game. You know, if these things just do not go the right way, you're basically dead, and you have to come up with new things on the fly. But luckily, we got through this encounter with all of our characters alive. That means that all of them get experience and SP and all the other wonderful things. So we continue all the run into chapter 11 out of 17. Now don't fret, the last few chapters are actually pretty fast, or short rather. So even though we might be over the 3-hour mark already, yeah, there isn't actually that much left in the run. Anyway, we're gonna do another shopping trip here. Gonna buy 2 of these. Gonna buy 1 of these. We're gonna buy 2 Arctan armors and an Arctan robe.
Come again.
Okay. Now I think I will actually stock up on more revival items because I have been using quite a few of them and I'm getting a little bit concerned about that.
Is that everything? Thank you. Is that everything? Thank you. Is that everything?
Also, we need these 2 Omni Panaceas. They are required for the run. And remember when I said that we would go back to Ares Temple? Like, you know, we've been here like 2 hours ago or so. Now this is the point where we'll come back here. And yes, this is required for the story. So this door will finally open up and we can go through there. I mean, obviously we can because now it's open. And we will go to a part of the temple that we have not been in before. Actually, the enemies here are also way more powerful than the ones that you would normally face in this temple, because they are different. And then go gets the other Arctan. Else? No. Okay.
Move it. They're heading for Fedora.
Fedora, get out of
Also,
here.
people are talking about Fedora, which is an event that happened back in Gemini Temple. They are just now catching up, and this is where we actually fight McCain here. Remember, we already fought him 2 times a little bit earlier, and this is where you would fight him normally during your normal playthrough or casual playthrough.
Fire.
Basically, gonna use the same strategy again. Okay. Actually, he hasn't turned. We have fire fuse. And this is what I was talking about. You know, normally he is immune to physical. Why did you transform, you absolute bastard?
My turn now.
Ready.
Wait, what? No, I wanted to... Oh, God. Ah. Okay. Everybody just defend. So, by using the fire fuse, Alex's attack would have been a fire attack now. Because, you know, when this robot part is at top, McCain is immune to physical attacks. This is going beautifully. However, since he didn't change around when I pelted him with the magic attacks, again, that has a 50% chance of occurring, I thought to myself, you know what, I can just use Fire Fuse on Alec to make his physical attack a fire attack, which is a non-physical attack, and then I can just kill the guy. But no, when his turn came around, he decided to transform anyway. Oh gosh. Anyway, we have now completed 5 out of the 12 temples in the world. The game opens up at this point, and in order to progress with the main story, we have to complete any 3 out of the remaining 7. So you can basically decide for yourself which of the remaining 7 temples you want to tackle now. Again, you only have to complete 3 of them, so you will never have to complete 4 of the game's 12 temples in order to complete it. They are optional for all intents and purposes. This is probably a good point in the run to tell you how the main jobs are actually acquired, or jobs in general are actually acquired. Every time you complete a temple, you get 2 crests. For the first 4 temples you complete, you get 2 main job crests each, so each of your characters can get a main job. The next 4 temples that you complete, in any order, will give you your sub-job crests. And the remaining 4 temples that you complete will give you your support job quests. Since we will never complete 4 of the 12 temples, we will never have access to our support jobs in the speedrun. Only to the main jobs and the sub jobs. So at this point in the run, I could give everybody their main jobs if I wanted, because we have completed 5 temples. But I'm not going to, because we're not going to use everybody of our 8 characters in the run.
It's finished.
Also now Dagmar and Eco have their sub-jobs, so we have no more sub-job quests at the moment. Also, we're gonna come back here to Piscus and Virgo Temple to complete part of the side quest that we have taken on from Ophern quite a while ago. It's finally time that we can do this. Because the next temple, the next story temple that we're going into, which is going to be Scorpio Temple, will have the last part of this side quest. We wouldn't have been able to complete the side quest before we have access to Scorpio Temple anyway, so we might as well just go ahead and complete the necessary steps for that right now. One more thing we have to do, we have to come back to Harmonia and talk to Nobi, which is this lovely lady right here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and switch out my party already. Make the necessary preparations so that I don't forget to do this later. Okay. So now we go back to the swamps. On the water area of the game, so to speak. Oh, I actually forgot to do something. Actually forgot to go to Ulan, and we'll grab Nixus and Talamus, because we will need those for upcoming boss fights. And now we'll make our way over to Scorpio Temple. Also, this area of the map that I'm going through right now was sealed off until this point, so you wouldn't have been able to come here earlier. And we'll have another shmup section, which basically functions the same as the last one, so slower. If you have anything to plug, now would be a very good time for that. Because this is an auto-scroller.
Well, once again, unfortunately, no donations. So, again, you guys gotta get those donations on. Come on, guys. But I guess I can plug in. Oh, once again, that Indiethon is raising money for Child's Play. In addition to helping hospitals, they have provided over 200 games. Kits to domestic violence shelters all over the United States through their domestic violence program. These kits come with a fully loaded Xbox One with an environment-appropriate games and are designed to create inviting environments for young survivors of domestic violence. To learn more about their domestic abuse program, check them out at childsplaycharity.org.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see how the shmup sections are going to start to heat up here. Because this is already a little bit harder than what we did previously. But we just have to power through this on our way to Scorpio Temple. Also, just to tell you what's going on, in the upper left corner, if you haven't noticed it already, that's actually our life bar. You know, these green diamonds, I want to call them. And I've already lost one of them, and I actually picked up a power-up that I didn't want to. It's a little bit unfortunate, because even though I have a large projectile now, I have the double shot power-up, which makes this quote-unquote boss fight here go by a little bit faster, because you can hit it 2 times instead of just once, but oh well. Anyway, we are now in Scorpio Temple, and this is one of the hardest boss fights coming up. So let me just make absolutely sure that we have everything equipped that we need for this boss fight. I think we are good. Okay. So this is Z-Bunny, he has 8 phases that we have to get through. The first 2 phases, he has this shield up, which makes him nullify physical attacks, which obviously is bad. That is why we need the fire fusion, so we can make Alex attack fire elemental, so we can punch through his shield. Also, it is very important that I focus with Arpeggio there, so I have 1 FP to use on triple slash, because not only does it make me deal 50% more damage, so I can punch through the shield, but it also gives me a chance to get a critical attack, which basically guarantees that I can punch through this phase of the fight. Phase 2 is basically the same thing. We will use Courage, Focus with Arpeggio, then we use Courage with E-Coach, increases Alex's attack power even more. Now Zibani will keep using this attack on Alec, and it would actually stun him, but we picked up the stun god ring before we went to Virgo Temple, so he's actually immune against stun, which is very important, so you know we can keep on attacking. And now that we have pushed through the first 2 phases, he will go into phase 3, which is the main phase of the fight. Sadly, the transform animation is bugged. Here we go. This should have played a little bit earlier. Now we use defense break to lower his defense. However, he's resistant against that, so we are now at 0 FP. However, since you're at 0, we can still use focus, and Zibon is actually weak against fire now, so I can finally start exploiting weaknesses, and we have just 1 FP to put into our attack to hopefully punch through this phase and 1 attack again. Sadly we didn't. Well, that is the first. Okay. So what do I do? Normally you push him into phase 4 here, but I guess I can just do this. Yeah, we'll be just off 1 cycle now. Shouldn't matter too much.
Let me help.
Okay, you also may have seen Eco use Crystal Break. Now, Crystal Break is one of the most potent buffs in the game. It decreases the user's strength and magic attack by 30%, but it increases the strength and magic attack of all of your party members by 30%. So it's a huge increase to our offensive capabilities here. Also, I have no idea what's going on with these transitions. They should play a little bit more smoothly. Guess that may be because of the patch. Things not quite working out. I'm gonna stall for a little bit here, because I need something else to happen. Because I need Arpeggio to push him into the next phase. Okay, that worked. But also a bit sad that Alec didn't get a crit to push through phase 3 in 1 go. But I guess it's just this run, you know, it's just really this run. So now in the last phase he's weak to physical attacks, so that means Alec can just absolutely wreck him with triple slashes. Now this fight might have seemed easy, but you gotta keep in mind, every time a boss changes a phase, he gets an attack. And you guys can do nothing about this. And Zibani actually just decided to play along, because he used, you know, a lot of weakness spells, or what else did he use? I think this spell, was it, or something? He can just decide to use an Omni Iceor strike, and that has a very high chance of just completely wiping my party, and there is absolutely nothing I can do about it. But he didn't decide to use it, so we got an actually pretty tame fight. The only thing that didn't go according to plan was that Alec was able to push through phase 3 in 1 go, but otherwise that was a lovely fight. So we can now continue into Scorpio Temple, which is this ice palace with the rotating room puzzles. Very disorientating when you do it the first time, but you're just getting used to it, I suppose. Yep, missed the door.
We should journey deeper inside.
Okay, we're gonna fall down this hole. And it's gonna check. Okay, we should be good. And this character would not be here if we hadn't accepted Ophryn's quest. Or Ophryn's quest line, rather. So we'll now get through this fight. And once we complete this fight, we can finally go ahead and reap our rewards for all the side quest trouble that we have gone through.
I'm ready.
How am I gonna deal with you guys though? Way too many enemies survived our page's attack there. More of them should be dead.
My turn now.
Let's try on slash. Okay, I'll kill all of them, but of course the big guy is still alive. Because why wouldn't he be alive? Yeah. I was just thinking that would not be enough damage.
I'll take you all on. Yeah.
Okay.
It's finished.
Could have been worse. Okay, we have finally completed this part. We don't need the contents of these chests, so we're just gonna leave them be. I just jump into the water and die, because apparently Ulan cannot swim. And we will just go ahead and continue on through Scorpio Temple. I forgot this screen existed.
Stay alert.
I thought it would be in the next screen. Well, I would pick up another power-up, but I wasn't. So I'm just gonna quickly rectify that. Luckily, it wasn't a surprise attack, because again, that would have been a bit bad. Just gonna keep making our way through here. We'll use our statue here for a little bit of a shortcut, so we don't have to go through another encounter. It's gonna jump down here, fall all the way to the floor, and exit. And this is where we get the first upgrade to our ring. We now have the water ring upgrade, and this now actually allows us to walk on water, which is pretty handy for the other temples coming up that we still have to complete. Well, it allows us to walk on water, unless it decides it doesn't want us to walk on water, I suppose. Because for some reason, even though you have the watering upgrade, sometimes when you touch a body of water, you would still die. If you touch it again, though, it works fine. And why that happens, I have no idea. Just be mindful of it. So this is another big puzzle room where we just have to push this block all around this room. Push it over there. We're gonna pick up this Omni Ether X. This is very important. We actually need this one for the last boss in the game. Which still won't be in a little while, but just keep that in mind. Hello? Okay. Okay, that solves this puzzle. And since we can walk on water, I'll just quickly come here, ride the tide up. And that is Scorpio Temple done. So we have basically now done 6 temples. Again, we have to complete 8 in order to be able to progress with the main story. Oops. Did not want to do that. So we have 2 more to go.
So,
But first of all, we are gonna go back to the marketplace and head over to Ophern so we can finally go ahead and cash in on our rewards. And we basically did all of this so that we can get the Chrysos. The Chrysos being basically the best magic staff that you can get in the game until the post-game. So we're immediately gonna equip that on Ulan. Let me just quickly change some things around here so we are all set up, and that should be it. And then we'll actually go back into the swarms, because every region, you know, the Pisgah area, the Arcton area, Zeft and Avisi areas, they all have 3 temples. It's 4 areas, they have 3 temples, makes 12, works out. So in the water area we have obviously completed Piscus Temple. It was the very first temple we went to. Now we have completed Scorpio Temple, so all that's left to do is complete Cancer Temple. So we'll actually make our way over to Cancer Temple, not because it's the 3rd temple in the area, but simply because it is probably the shortest temple in the game. And we're doing a speedrun after all, so we want to go fast, right? So we'll just quickly make our way over to Cancer Temple. And don't worry, it isn't literal cancer. It's way milder than that. Because we have all the utility that we need to basically skip all of its puzzles. Which is very nice. But as always, we will do the boss fight at the entrance to the temple. Not exactly sure why the game decided to do that, but yeah, all the bosses are at the entrance to the temples, not at the end. But you will only get the reward at the end, so you still have to go through it. So this is Orcanon. He's a cute little fluff ball, and he will absolutely wreck you if you're not prepared. So he is weak against lightning. Please proc fierceness. That's very good. Thank you, Dagmar. Lyric has Withering, which will also decrease his defense, magic defense, strength, and other stuff. We will use Omni Courage. And then Ulan will just wreck him with the Nixus. See that damage? We basically doubled our damage up with Ulan because of that staff. Okay, this is the second fight. But just look at that lovely grin. He's just really happy to see us all, isn't he? Cute little fluff ball. Okay, Ulan will probably die for that. Eco revive her. Perfect. So he's weak against dark. So we use Umbra Fuse, which makes Alex attack a dark elemental attack, and then we just use triple slash, and he should die from this.
Nice.
Perfect. One of the few boss fights that actually went according to plan. Hooray. So now we are free to explore Cancer Temple. Now Cancer Temple is another water-based temple, so we will have a couple uses of the watering around here. Unless we don't, because we're gonna use the Stone Ring power, if I can get it, and just skip this puzzle. So we basically skip this whole room there. The game normally expects you to grab some water power upgrade and put it into that tablet there to raise the water levels. In the ditch that we basically covered. Since we were in Scorpio Temple, we can walk across the water in this water wheel, which means we skip the puzzle in this room. Now we do have to come up here and grab the water from over here though. So this is required, otherwise we cannot progress. Sadly, at least I haven't found a way to progress without this water here. Gonna come back here. Gonna drop down here. We only need to push this one block. Normally you would have to push two, but with a very precise jump, I can make it over to the next box without having to push that into place as well. And of course I didn't get the jump. Okay, second try is okay. So you basically have to walk to the very end of that block, and I just missed the elevator cycle. So this is on a global cycle. If you make that jump the first time in the previous room, you can get here early. And this is basically the fun part of this temple, because by doing this, I can just get the height right. There we go. We basically skip a minute, or I think that puzzle that you have to do to be able to put this wheel into motion takes about 3 minutes or so, but with that jump we could just completely skip that. So this is a very nice and fast Cancer Temple, and now we only have to do one more temple, which is gonna be Libra Temple. Libra Temple being a Wind Elemental Temple. And we're gonna fight Shamash here, who is guarding the entrance.
Let's fight.
Alright, let's see what he does. He uses Punishment, which puts all kinds of status elements on one character. That is why we brought Panaceas, so we can just go ahead and cure this. Oh, he is weak against Earth. So we're gonna go ahead and abuse that. Guess I could put Clearing on him.
I
should work. There's Omni Courage.
Ready.
And that is why we brought Talamus to push him to phase 2. Now once he's in phase 2 and he gets his turn, he will use, what's it called? Omni Punishment, exactly, which puts a load of status abilities all across our party. And that is why we bought one of the Omni Panaceas earlier, so we can just immediately get rid of all of them. Now in the second phase he's also weak to light, so we'll put Aerial Fuse on Alec.
I'll take you
Once again use Triple Slash and be done with this encounter.
Great work.
Okay, switch around our party once more. Grab a couple more upgrades. Okay, and we're good to go into Virgo Temple. So again, this is the last required temple that we have to do. Not Virgo Temple specifically, it's just the third temple that I choose to do here. Ah, God. Missed that. And since it is an elemental temple, it has all these vents that we have to write up if we want to go anywhere. And we can just put our stone statue in that again, in order to be able to ride that as an elevator, basically. Just gotta wait for that box to calm down, because while it's hopping like that, we can't actually push it. Just have to wait for it to stop hopping, and then we can put it into place right there. And we will make our way over to this vent, which has now been activated. And ride it up. Since we have the watering upgrade, we can drop into that pool of water and take the shortcut down here, which takes a little bit of time. Again, this is why we want to go to the water temples. That was a tight jump. And now I have to take this encounter because I just cannot skip this. There just isn't enough room. Oh, this is phenomenal. Like running into this thing here. I think this is the first time I've encountered this enemy here. And he didn't make us flee, he just took it. Oh, that is beautiful. Now just be careful not to get into this encounter. Hello? Can you go back, please? Should have just frozen him a little bit earlier. Okay. It's gonna be super careful right now. Because the enemies in this temple are deadly. They will absolutely murder you if you give them the chance. So obviously I do not want to give them one. So coming up, now we have to activate two big switches by going left and right. The left and right part of the temple. We'll want to go right first. And you will see why in a moment. Gonna push this box a couple levels down. Ah. So you can't actually shoot your ring again while the projectile is still on screen, so I have to wait a little bit around here. Come on, move. Yep, okay. So this is the first switch. And I want to make a safety save here. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and go for 2 frame perfect jumps back to back. Yes, we have that in the run. So you've seen me abuse the stone power for jumps quite a bit. What I want to do is I want to make my way over to that other switch over there. Okay. Obviously messed it up. So I could load my safety save, but if I were to load that safety save, it would put me all the way back at the entrance of the temple. Now obviously I don't want to do that. But what I can do is I can just go into this fight and die. Because if you die in a fight and reload your last save, it actually puts you where you made the save for whatever reason. So I will try this 2 times, and if we don't get it, well, then we don't get it. But yeah, this is probably the hardest trick in the run at the moment. Okay, I will try it one more time.
This'll be over quick.
And if not, we'll just do it the intended way. Oh yeah. Should have put up Pager auto. No. Should have unequipped last stand. Kind of forgot about that. So the problem is with Arpeggio, if you remember, we have last stand on him, which makes it so that he can sometimes defy death. Okay. Thankfully it didn't trigger a couple times in a row. But yeah, I will try this trick one more time, and if not, we'll just continue on. Okay, I just completely messed this up. So I will just go ahead and show you what we could skip. So all of what I'm doing now, until I hit that switch, we would have skipped if you would have gotten that trick. But like I said, it's basically 2 frame perfect jumps back to back. So it's not exactly friendly. Oh god.
Stay alert.
Well, this encounter, oh god, of course. This encounter is very hard to skip. And of course I didn't skip it, and of course I did get a surprise attack. So we just have to sit through these enemies, absolutely murdering my group here. And that is also why you do not want to get into an encounter in this temple. Because as you can see, they are not very well-meaning to you. And of course Arpeggio got stunned, which means that I cannot even flee. So we have to go through another round of their attacks until I get control of either Eco or Alec, who both died. Well, Eco is back. Thank God. See, this is why you do not want to take an encounter in this temple. You know, I'm kind of starting to be glad for all this RNG that we're getting, just so I can show off why I actually came up with all of these strategies in the run. Okay, now it worked. Fantastic. Second try's the charm. Okay, made it. And this is where we will go ahead and hit the second switch that I could have, you know, activated if I had made those 2 frame perfect jumps. Now you know, but we would have skipped. Isn't that nice, you know? Knowledge is half the battle and all that. Okay, now that we have activated these, we can finally make our way over to the top of the temple, where we will get the wind upgrade for our power ring. And this now allows us to float. So we can't fly, but we can, you know, float down, which is a nice ability to have. And we'll now basically just, you know, make our way to the end of this temple, and I guess that is the point where I can say slower. If you have anything to plug, go ahead.
Oh. Yeah, I can let everyone know that Indiethon is sponsored by Chucklefish Games. Chucklefish Games is an independent game developer and publisher based in London, UK, with a charming pixel art and drive to support and create amazing games. They have published countless classic indie games such as Starbound, Stardew Valley, Time Spinner, and more. They have graciously provided us with many cool prizes. Visit their website at chucklefish.org. We are also sponsored by Team 17. Team 17 are an independent developer and publishers. They have kindly provided us with awesome grand prizes, such as the Team 17 and Ifnagon's game's story-driven adventure Epic Chef, which is now out on PC, Switch, Xbox One, and PS4. Visit their website at team17.com and check out their full roster of indie games.
As you might have already noticed, but we're doing this little labyrinth through the thorns here. If I touch any of these thorns, I will get set back to the beginning. So I'd rather not do that. So, just trying to fly my best here. Also, I'm always in the mood for a little bit of a sticker brush symphony whenever I go through there. I don't know about you guys, but I think it would just really fit the mood.
Don't like the look of this.
Anyway, we have completed Virgo Temple. Finally. So, of course, our reward for having done that is another boss fight. Against these guys again. Except this time there are 4 of them. And they have a lot of HP. I think they have about 20,000 each or so. Something like that. So, let's see if we can kill them one round. Well, they absolutely murder our pager once again. Don't let me down, Alec. What did I just say? Absolutely cursed. Okay. Guess let's try this again.
Go.
I mean, not gonna lie, it was still a pretty tame fight, all things considered. They are still alive! 200 HP. Oh, you're kidding me.
What?
Let me help. All yours.
Oh. Really, I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, I've had some bad luck during my runs, and I thought that...
Victory.
My lord. Anyway, now that we've done all of that, we're finally allowed into Wyndham, which is the home of the Oases, you know, these guys that we have been fighting this whole time. So we can finally... What the hell is actually going on with these guys over there? Why they are... But they keep attacking us. And, yeah, let's see what's up here.
Great.
Okay, we're gonna do another quick shopping around here. This and this, okay. Gonna get some new weapons for some of my characters. And I think Eco is... Oh, he already has... Oh, wait. Oh, I know what I forgot about him. No, we never were able to activate these. That is what I was missing. Okay. Better late than never, I suppose. Alright. Next boss fight.
This'll be over quick.
So it's these 3 guys again. We might remember that we fought a similar battle all the way back in Virgo Temple. Obviously these guys mean business. Okay, they just survived that.
I'm so sorry.
Few survived this.
All yours.
So now that I can't use Crystal Break with Eco,
My turn now.
means I probably won't be able to kill these. Yeah, well, okay, we did kill a couple. How much do you have left? Okay. I think I should be able to kill this guy. Yes, finally. Okay, stroke of luck. Okay, with them all the way, we do another short shopping trip. Just gonna stock up on supplies. Actually thinking I might buy a couple more than I normally do, just to be safe. And we'll immediately go back to Virgo Temple, because this is where the next boss will be. Quickly, he's gonna switch around my party. And hey, it's Brazier again. Remember the fruitless guy? Yeah, there he is. Don't know if he ever got his Fruit Loops or not. Once again, defense break. We'll try and kill Arpeggio. Okay, yeah, just keep on hogging on Arpeggio, it's fine. Just please don't attack anybody else. Another crystal break, and then we just triple slash, and hopefully already kill him. Alright. Good. The game gives, the game takes away. I'm gonna go back into the city now. And once more, we're just gonna go to the top of the tower, talk to Yuno. So we can progress with the story, and we are approaching the end game here, so... I don't even think we have 20 minutes left here. Might be wrong.
Does Goddess Yuno really know who he is?
So we might be able to make it under estimate. It's gonna be cutting it really close though, so fingers crossed.
Dagmar was crushed.
Actually gonna switch out my party. Wait, who are we? Oh yeah, just switch out Zima.
Dagmar used to get so angry with us.
Okay, we're gonna do another very, very quick shmup section. It's basically just a boss fight in the air. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna fly it right up to the right edge of the screen, wait for the boss to appear, and then just pelt her with our projectiles, like right in her face. We can only have, I think, 3 projectiles on the screen at any one time, so we just want our projectiles to disappear as quickly as possible, so we can keep up this rapid fire assault on her. Okay, that was pretty good. Now that we've defeated her in the air, we actually have to fight her properly. Because, you know, final bosses tend to do that. This isn't the final boss, but, you know, it's one of the big antagonists of the run. Of the game, of the story. You absolutely do want to kill her in one turn, because if you do not, she keeps summoning ads, and you have to kill the ads before you're able to damage her. So that is a huge time loss, because once she starts doing that, she will not stop until the fight is over. So if you don't kill her on turn 1, this is a multiple minute fight. But luckily we got the quick kills, so we are out of here. So now we are on the ancient wasteland. This is supposed to be the resting place of the god of chaos, because, you know, of course it is. I mean, it is the ancient wasteland. We are playing a JRPG, so it was only a matter of time when we had our fight against God. Or a god, or whatever. Grabbing these for a bit of a safety.
This is the first I've heard.
And we're just gonna try and push through the ancient wasteland. See if I can skip this encounter. I can. Very good.
I should have seen it coming.
Come on over. Thank you. Idiot.
Let's confirm Will Kite's location.
Come on.
Okay, we have another boss fight here, which is against Chimera. Chimera is weak against physical attacks in its first phase. So we're gonna try and make use of that by once again starting a defense break. You'll omni-mute us, so that is why we bought the second panacea, like way back when.
Allow me.
We use Withering to lower his defense even further.
I'll do my best.
Actually don't need your supplement, thank you.
I'll take you all on.
And then we're just gonna double slash him a little bit. In order to push him into the second phase. Second phase, he is weak to dark elemental attacks. So Pedro can basically just chill. Oh god, why do you use this attack?
Forgive me.
Okay, only Zima died. This should still be okay. Actually surprised the others survived. So we use Ombrifuse on Alec, and then
My turn now.
once again, triple slash, maximum power to victory.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate us.
Can just use Antonito as well. This is the point of no return. The game graciously tells you about this because once you progress here, you are locked into the final dungeon of the game.
Fight.
So this is our refight with the Brazier.
Right.
Same strategies applies, defense breaking.
Forgive me.
It's fine.
Let me help.
Why didn't that revive? What? Game, what are they going to do to me? I mean, rescuer triggered. Why did he revive? I don't understand. Okay, we got supplement. That means I can. Yeah, you know what? Let's just focus.
I'll take you all.
Doesn't matter that Arpeggio is dead.
Like that.
Razor should still die. Right? Yeah. Okay.
None as tough as a demigod.
Okay. Last dungeon of the game. We are nearly done. I think if everything goes good, this should take less than 10 minutes. If even that. Anything, we are in Harmonia Tower. This place is very confusing, so I've got it all mapped out for me in my notes, or rather the doors where I want to go, and I absolutely need to pick up 4 pieces of armor here. If I don't pick up these 4 pieces of armor, the last boss will just kill me, and there is nothing I can do about it. Because all of these armors that I'm picking up, they have a property that, well, you are gonna be weak against every single magical element, but they make you absorb physical attacks. And if I don't have that, well, the last boss was just gonna kill me, because first round that he does, he uses an ability which hits all of your characters for physical damage, and it just kills you. I'll buy one last sword. I don't know if I got that now. So that was the first part of the last dungeon. Now comes the second part. And if you're playing this casually, you will get lost inside of here, because it is actually a massive dungeon. If you don't know your way around it, well, good luck. So we're gonna go to the middle. Gonna go to the right. Okay.
What could it be?
What's the third piece of armor? Ah, yeah. I forgot about you. Ah, God. Of course I would get it at the way back.
Ready back.
You should still be able to just flee from it, and when you flee from this encounter, it should put you at the left side of it, so it doesn't even matter that much.
Is this
Ah,
one?
there we go.
How could I?
Okay, middle. We're gonna go through the middle again. We're gonna go right. Once again, middle. We're gonna go left. And then middle. Okay, we have nearly made it. I think I placed that too high, yeah. Other side Ulan, please. Bang. Alright. We have basically made it, so one last... Wait. switch around here. Now we're gonna equip all of these things. Oh, okay, also getting a weapon. They have all the easy stuff equipped. We're gonna make one last upgrade session here, where we grab all the rest of stuff that we need. Let me just double check that I actually do grab everything that I need. Do I grab this? I think I do. Yeah, okay. So we are about to face the final boss of the game. That fight can go either really, really good or it can go really, really bad. That's actually not true. Because we're actually gonna words. The boss fight is split into two distinct fights. The first fight is free, as long as you picked up the armors that I picked up in this last dungeon here. You know, the ones that make me absorb physical damage. And if I don't have those, I am dead. But I do have them, so everything is gonna be fine. Okay, we should be set up here. And that fight will be over really quickly. So I basically need only one attack to kill him. It's basically, I think it's more of a check if you have picked up those pieces of armor in the last dungeon or not. The problem is, of course, the second fight, and that will be the actual last fight, but we'll get there when we get there. For now, this is the first fight. He will start the fight with an withering, so that increases our stats. Then he gets a second turn, and he uses Omni Triple Slash. And this attack will kill you if you do not absorb physical attacks. Or nullify them at least.
Ooh, give it to me.
Okay, we use Mark, that will increase the damage against him. Then we'll use Aerial Fuse on Alec, because the boss is weak against light attacks. Light elemental attacks. Then another Triple Slash, and this fight is done.
Nice.
And then we'll progress to the very last boss of the run. This will take about 2 minutes, so we can still clear the estimate. However, the very last phase has a certain combination of attacks that will just kill me and have to do the whole 3-minute fight again. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Anyway, last boss fight, he has 4 phases. The first phase is weak against physical attacks. That's basically a freebie. Also, as you can see here, every single attack that guy does will kill my characters. I have no way of surviving anything of what he does. So
I'll take you all on.
Triple Slash, which will put him into the second phase, hopefully. So time will actually be after the boss fight when the ending cutscene starts playing. So I will, get ready on time. We're just 1 or 2 minutes out from now. This is why I pick up Ice Luna, because he is weak to ice here. He's weak to a couple elements that changes per phase, but ice is at the top of the spell list, so it's just convenient to grab it. Oh, she actually managed to push him into phase 3 already. Ha! Oh, there were some really good damage rolls. Okay. What are you gonna do, my friend? Okay, this is why we picked up the Omni Ether Axe back in Scorpio Temple, because at this point he just completely saps all of your MP. So we use another Aerial Fuse on Alec. Get another supplement. This one.
My turn now.
Another full power Triple Slash. Remember, we have Aerial Fuse, so that will just straight up get us out of phase 3. So we are now in phase 4. This is the last phase of the game. And what he does here, he has an ability to stun all of your characters for a turn, which basically means he gets 2 turns. And if he uses a certain combination of attacks here, I am dead. There is nothing I can do about this. Because he uses force spells, which are not elemental, so you cannot defend yourself against those. So we will hope he uses physical attacks, because we absorb those. So time leap. Now all my characters lose a turn.
My turn.
So let's see what he does with it. Cleave is good. because we absorb physical attacks, because again we picked up these pieces of armor. Okay, that's basically it. We win. There is nothing you can do to stop me. So time is coming up. Again, it's when the cutscene starts playing after this fight. So get ready.
Learned your lesson?
And time. There's everybody. This was a run. This was for sure a speedrun. For better or worse.
Babies! Don't do it!
Oh my god. The RNG of this run was just phenomenally bad. Like, so many things went wrong. I'm actually surprised that we still cleared it under estimate. But yeah, once again, my some of my PB slash world record was a 3 hour 40 minutes and I think 24 seconds or something. So I thought, 20 minutes overhead should be good on this run. But then again, the patch dropped, which changed a couple things. And I'm happy to have gone through it under estimate. Slow, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it just shows you that your estimate was good and you were pretty much on the money on it. So that's what that means.
All right. Once again, guys, I am... Well, another runner has recently picked up this game, but so far I have been the only one speedrunning this wonderful RPG. If you thought this looked fun, and let me tell you, it is, despite the really bad RNG that we had to get through. It's a really wonderful game. I mean, it looks fantastic. The gameplay is just, really fun to do. It has really different kind of elements to it, the platforming sections, and of course the JRPG style battles, the map sections. There's a lot of stuff going on in this game for sure. So the speedrun is an absolute blast. It is actually out on every single system, so PC, PlayStation, Switch, and Xbox. I am playing on PlayStation. It's, I think, the most stable version. I really discourage you from getting the Xbox version at the moment, because there is a bug there that makes it so that equipment doesn't give you any stats, which in a JRPG is very deadly. So until they have fixed that, maybe you should not get the Xbox version, but the other versions I think are all okay. So yeah, if you think this looked fun to you and want to start speedrunning it, get in contact with me. I will happily send you my notes so you can get started. And yeah, I think that's all from me for now, because I will actually have a hosting shift a little bit later on in the day, so you will at least hear a bit more from my voice, which is starting to get all kinds of raw and worked up. So I think I will just go ahead and shut up for a couple hours until my hosting shift comes around. Have a wonderful Indiethon, everybody. Have a lot of fun with the runs coming up. I think we have re-kills ready to go. And stick around for that. Donate to charity. And I hope I will see you soon. Until then, everyone. Bye-bye.